Good morning. It's 10 o'clock on 11/16/23. So at this time, I call to order the Board of County Commissioners meeting for that date and ask you to all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by our Clerk Treasurer, Amy Bergens.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I would ask those in the audience today to please turn off your electronic devices. Take the opportunity to do that now so that we don't interrupt speakers as they approach the podium. We're going to go into public comment. When you come up for public comment, we ask you to please print your name so that we have that clearly into the record. State your name, and your time will begin once you state your name. A few comments in advance of that. Forum restrictions and the orderly conduct of business. These things should be self-evident, but sometimes they're not. So I'm going to read this statement back into the record again. The Board of County Commissioners conducts the business of Douglas County and its citizens during its meetings. The presiding officer may order the removal of any person whose statement or other conduct disrupts the orderly, efficient, or safe conduct of the meeting. Warnings against disruptive comments or behavior may or may not be given prior to removal. Hand clapping, making remarks, or gestures from the audience that may interrupt, interfere, or prevent the speaker from commenting should not occur. The viewpoint of a speaker will not be restricted, but reasonable restrictions may be imposed upon the time, place, and manner of speech. Irrelevant and unduly repetitious statements and personal attacks which antagonize or incite others are examples of speech that may be reasonably limited. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin, then a yellow light which indicates you have 30 seconds. The sound will go off also at that time. And then when the light turns red, we ask you please conclude your comments and sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action and closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, then please provide your public input when that agenda item is heard. I would indicate also, I suspect that there's a number of members of the public that are here to speak on item number 5, which is for presentation only. We do not take public comment during presentation only items when those are read. So if you wish to provide public comment on the presentation only items, you should do so either at the beginning during opening public comment or at the end in closing public comment. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. Public comment.
Ted Gaines, for the record. Need to clear up a few things. I didn't get to speak in the last meeting or two because of what was going on, but I think it was 3 meetings ago, Mr. Ritchie clarified and told me to go on to the cell and look things up, our legal counsel here. Well, Mr. Counsel, they change everything on a cell. I have an item here that I printed off a while back that I brought to this board that people sign permits off, that the $60,000 generator wasn't even on the job. Now it just says he gave him a correction notice. So the people trying to find out what's going on with their houses, the new people coming in here buying things, go on to Acela, they're not going to get the truth. The county had Tom Dallaire, Tim Davis, and whoever else, there's only 3 people I understand can go on and change these things. I have several things that they have changed on here that I had printouts before. I have permits that the person that pulled it is no longer there. It's a different person that pulled it. I've got signed copies of what happened. So our legal counsel, our district attorney needs to get on the ball and start holding these people accountable. He told me we have laws to protect the employees. How about the laws to protect all these people behind me, the residents, the taxpayers? Now, I've been complaining about this for 3 years. Our chairman there, he appointed this person to the head of the building department because he's got a good golf game. These people are crooked. I do believe that every time I go on to Acela, it pops up and they know I'm on, they know what I'm looking at. So I have to pull a Joe Biden. I have to get an alias email so I can go on there and they don't know who it is, and I'll change it again in 3-4 months. But I have absolute proof that they're changing this stuff. And you tell me to go on to Acela and ask for it. I got stuff I asked for 6-8 months ago. I still don't have. And it says right on the permits I'm supposed to have it. But our legal counsel there had told me, I talked to Tom Delaire before I give you anything. If you're giving me everything that I asked for complete, all. Why would you need to talk to Tom Delaire? You guys are discussing what I need and what I don't need. You might go over and ask East Fork Fire why they won't use Acela. Because people can go on and change it and move it around. And I can prove they have done that also of East Fork's comments on here. But yet you're telling me, go on to Acela and look at it. All these people in here need to know how crooked this building department is. Now, last meeting, Commissioner Hales there tells them quit on the VHR thing. It might have been the one before the last. If you don't want to do it, quit. Why are you telling them to quit, Sheila? Why don't you turn to the person you hired and tell them to fire them if they're not doing what you're telling them to do?
Mr. Gaines, you've exceeded your 3
sorry.
minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Bradley Paul Ellie, Nevada State Bar number 658. The last time I was here before you, it was a very pleasant subject. I got the special use permit for the Kids and Horses Therapeutic Riding Center approved by a unanimous vote. So I learned to keep my mouth shut when it was going well. Hopefully with 3 minutes, I'll do the same here. I would like to specifically address the agenda item number 5. That's the proposed vacation home rental ordinance. And I am in particular addressing the failure to grandfather the non-homeowners association properties that already have vested VHR permits in the Glenbrook area. In this particular case, I'm talking about the 1440 Pittman Terrace, Glenbrook, Nevada location, and I am here on behalf of Chad Smitkamp and Michelle Main, who are not available today. The particular characteristics of this property is unlike any casino, and except for one hotel right by the Edgewood Golf Course, does have lake access, immediate lake access, and does have a pier. It has the best possible of all worlds of recreational opportunities, and yet somehow it is not acknowledged and lumped in with other properties that have less attributes, recreational attributes. So my comments are in 3 areas, and I did provide a letter in the public comment section by email earlier this morning. I understand it's not ready for review yet, but it will be. But my first issue is the regulatory takings require compensation to VHR permitted property owners. Again, these are existing property owners I'm talking about, and The law is very clear that regulatory takings occur when the government enacts a regulation that deprives an owner of an economic benefit of the property. That's the McCarran case. I'll leave that for later. And that's a Nevada constitutional mandate. If you take away somebody's economic benefits that they already have, you have to compensate them for that. That should have been disclosed in the fiscal analysis, but was not. And while there are only a few of these people affected in the Glenbrook area, this property generates almost $300,000 in VHR revenue. It's a very significant economic benefit. Secondly,
I'm sorry, but you have exceeded your 3 minutes.
wow,
of public
okay.
comment.
Boy, that was
It
quick.
goes quick, I know.
I understand.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Okay,
It is
appreciate
in
it.
my letter.
James McCallum for the record. I'd also like to talk about item 5. With all due respect to the board, I think in the description is kind of misleading. It sort of implies that people rent a cabin or whatever at the lake because they want to either gamble or ski. And as a kid, we grew up with either camping or renting a cabin in the Tahoe area every year. And my family didn't ski, and my parents might, in the course of that week, go to the casinos once. Otherwise, we were there to enjoy the lake, and I think if we start saying everything needs to be near the casinos, there's a lot of families that don't particularly want to be near the casinos. They want to enjoy some time at the lake with their children and have good family time. So I just ask you to consider this in this ordinance. Thank you.
Jim Jackson. I'm not going to talk about the VHRs or any of that, but I am going to talk about a subject that is pretty important to a lot of us folks, Painted Rock Mine. We just got the latest installment from the government on all the studies that they've been doing. I haven't read them thoroughly yet, but one of the things that struck me was they now are talking about paving the road from the mine area to the top of Johnson Lane. If they do that, there's going to be nobody out there that will control the speed of these trucks coming down that area. It's going to pretty much eliminate the use of that area for all the off-road vehicles and all the camping areas and all that kind of stuff, which is in complete contrast to what the BLM has been advertising on TV as their newest thing to have, promoting people to use the BLM for camping, for hiking, for horseback riding, and all that stuff. My question right now is, what is the county doing to stop this? I was at the meeting the last time that the BLM folks were here, and I noticed that the person they sent was much lower on the totem pole than the head of the BLM. That kind of told me how much they respected what was going on here. At that meeting, they gave a very poor presentation, I thought, of what was going on. A couple of comments came out of you folks here. One of them was, I'm very concerned, or I have concerns. The concerns weren't mentioned, so I don't know what they were. I've also been told in the past that when this thing kind of quieted down a little bit, let sleeping dogs lie. Well, that's good, unless that dog is wide awake, and that dog was wide awake, and we can now see that they've been working in the background, and I'm sure they're going to manipulate all of the data and all of the stuff so that they can get their permits to run across there. The people in our area up there are very upset about this. One of them mentioned to me that I should bring up what's happening to the school board and the trouble they've gotten themselves into. And they say that this board is going to have the same problem if that thing goes through up there, because people are really, really upset about it. The other thing is that when the property values, if this goes through and the property values drop, are we going to have our taxes reduced? Probably not, but that's another question that's come up. So they've kind of sent me up here as a de facto whatever to kind of express the views of everybody up in that area. And I'm sure there are some that have other views, but we're really concerned, and we would like to know if the county is doing anything at all to stop this. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Douglas County awake. People's Coalition for a Better Board marched on this town on Tuesday. About 150 Red Ramblers down there expressing their opinions about the way they're being managed. It's the same organizational principle across the board. It's not the people occupying the boards. It's the organizational principle that has us board stiff. One of the hot topics was Joey Gilbert fleecing the county. That's the same Gilbert family that's running our Justice Township court. They call it a Justice Township court under Paul Gilbert. Paul Gilbert and Joey Gilbert fleecing the people. Paul Gilbert was making $127,000 a year. Once he graduated as a constable for the county, now he's a judge making about $150 plus benefits, maybe $200,000. Maybe he should read the Constitution. Nathan Young is in the paper. He gave a military man who threatened to shoot people in a bar who was intoxicated a month and a 19-month, 36-month delayed sentence. And so he did not get the discipline that he needed to correct his error, and they're just going to let him out again, even though he's armed and obviously a drunkard with a problem. So that's Nathan Young's judgment, better judgment in a situation of national domestic violence and unprecedented gun violence. That's your justice court. The strategic plan, again, devoid of 2/3 of this board. The only meaningful session we had was the first one where we engaged in roundtable discussions in the first person. That needs to be happening at least once a month. At least once a month. 2/3 of the board were absent because obviously they don't have a vision for Douglas County. They're just comfortably numb. And in the strategic plan under balanced growth and infrastructure, says here they're going to develop all floodplains. Douglas County is a floodplain. They're going to develop the whole valley. It's not a typo, folks. There's over 2,500 developments that are over-commercializing our quality of life. They can't keep up with the code enforcement. They won't keep up with their pledge, which every one of these commissioners pledged to keep Douglas County rural, and they're simply lying to us. And then on 55 acres, you're going to get yourself a JLEC facility. It's going to run about $120 to $130 million. It's going to make your head spin when this economy tanks and when we're locked into a full-blown world war.
Good morning, Commissioner Gardner, Chair Gardner, and Commissioners. My name is Casey Summers, and I'm here on behalf of the Sierra Nevada Realtors. We wish to address a few concerns today. Concerning the misconduct and recurring violations, we feel that the county already has ordinances and code provisions on its books to address and help alleviate potential impacts on neighboring properties in regards to vacation home rentals. Proactively enforcing the ordinance and codes already in place will add to the enjoyment of residents and visitors. Regarding Glenbrook, emphasis should be placed on proactively notifying residents before taking any potential actions. The Homeowners Association allows VHRs, with a track record of minimal complaints dating back to the early 1970s. These rentals, primarily occupied by repeat visitors and local connections, are not extensively advertised. Imposing restrictions may redirect rentals to private arrangements, circumventing property managers, and diminishing county tax benefits. Given the long-standing success of the current system, there is a pragmatic rationale to refrain from altering it. Proposing restrictions beyond Cave Rock is questioned by us, as not all visitors to the Lake Tahoe Basin seek the casino corridor, as previously suggested. Many come for the tranquility and scenic beauty offered beyond the casino area. Limiting opportunities for families to experience the serene ambiance beyond Cave Rock would be regrettable, as property owners have the right to lease their properties to responsible tenants. We staunchly advocate for the preservation of private property rights, emphasizing the importance of property owners' ability to supplement their income through short-term rentals, while acknowledging the necessity for order and harmony in neighborhoods. While we understand ensuring the peaceful enjoyment of residents and visitors alike, SNR passionately opposes the proposal to prohibit vacation home rentals beyond Cave Rock and throughout Glenbrook. We contend that such a plan is inadequately considered and may expose the county to potential legal challenges. We appreciate the opportunity to express our concerns to you yet again. Thank you so much.
Additional public comment?
Jim Slade. Believe it or not, I wasn't planning to make opening public comment today, but then I couldn't help myself. After I got to the meeting, I looked at for instance, at the first and last pages of item number 6 here, and I immediately recognized a few errors or poor writing. On the very first page, it says to authorize the county manager to thus sign any required documents. Now, adding a mistaken word is not the end of the world. It doesn't keep me up at night, and it shouldn't keep you up either, but it indicates to me that whoever wrote that didn't proofread it, and neither did anybody else, and that troubles me. And on the last page of that same item, under the legal part of the document that is asked to be signed after today's meeting, the First Amendment to Grant of Conservation Easement, prepared by the District Attorney's Office, on the very final page of that packet, under where they want the signatures, the author, whatever deputy district attorney that might have been, does recognize that Jennifer Davidson is our current county manager, so they get points for that. However, they seem to think that Kathy Lewis is still our clerk treasurer, and they ask for her signature in 2 places on that page. That is pretty pathetic. So there's that. I know that many of you support the conservative principles of those who govern least govern best, and I know that individuals and groups of homeowners or GIDs prefer to govern themselves, in part to keep their costs and fees to a minimum. And that's all well and good until something goes awry, and then all of a sudden they want the county and its taxpayers to bail them out and pay for whatever the problem is that they face. The one example I've brought up here in the past is Sierra Country Estates, where their water supply was, all they paid, these wealthy homeowners up there, many of whom I know, was their share of the water, of the electricity to run the pump. And so they had beautiful landscaping. And then they had a problem with the state, and then they asked that the county bail them out and put them in the county water system so that the fine residents of Johnson Lane, among other places, could help them pay for the problems with their water system. And it's the same thing today on 2 different agenda items where people are asking that the county, having been happy to trottle along on their own, are asking that the county, now that they have some problems, that the county bails them out. The county taxpayers bail them out. And You know, you'll hear the issues later on, but I don't think it's right for people to come to the county and the county taxpayers at the last minute when things have gone awry and say, oh, now we want you to bail us out.
Additional public comment?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Bradley Oneto. I'm addressing action item or agenda item 12. I would like to provide some background on my qualifications. I owned Stanley Electric Motor Company for 25 years. I was a managing partner for 15 years. Stanley Electric Motor Company was one of the largest full-service electric motor and pump repair facilities in California. Stanley Electric was one.
Excuse me for just a moment. This is an action item, and we've asked you to speak at that time when that comes before us.
Oh, sorry.
Unless-
I
okay.
didn't understand that.
Yeah, okay,
Sorry.
that's fine.
Sorry,
So
Mr. Chairman.
we'll get you 3 minutes when that item comes before us. Okay, thank you. Is there additional public comment? Sensing no additional public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. Thank you. We'll go into the approval of the agenda for possible action, approval of the proposed agenda. Entertain a motion to approve the proposed agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the agenda as proposed. Sensing no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Approval of the previous minutes for possible action, discussion to approve the draft minutes of October 5th, 2023, and the October 19th, 2023 regular meetings of the Board of County Commissioners. Entertain a motion.
So moved. So moved.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Hales. Is there any corrections, additions on that? Okay. Sensing none, then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We'll now go into the consent calendar. And I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar, items A through M, as presented.
I move approval of items A through M on the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve the consent calendar as presented, items A through M. Any other discussion? Sensing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Moving fairly quickly now, aren't we? Thank you. Before we go into the administrative agenda, I just wanted to make mention that we are going to try to power through this today without taking a lunch break. So we'll see how far we get and how the commissioners feel as we get closer to that hour, okay? And if nothing else, we may take a short recess for 15, 20 minutes. Okay, so we'll go into the administrative agenda, and I will come down forward for the two presentations. Okay, there it is. So anyways, the first one is for presentation only item, ceremonial presentation of proclamation 2023P-109 proclaiming November 25th, 2023 as Small Business Saturday in Douglas County. And when I was at the Chamber of Commerce meeting yesterday, a luncheon, it was mentioned that this is the day after Black Friday, and we, even though it's Small Business Saturday, we ask you to shop big and shop small. Okay, spend big, spend big. I coined that yesterday, right? I coined that yesterday. Spend big, shop small. Okay, on Saturday, yes. So we have some representatives. We have our new community vitality manager, Nikki Rudelbach. Did I get that right? Okay, she just recently changed her name. And we have also Alicia Main, who is our executive director of our Chamber of Commerce, and Jen Nalder, who is representing Main Street, Gardnerville. So I'll read this into the record, and then you folks can provide some thoughts if you wish. Proclamation 2023P-109, November 25th, 2023, is Small Business Saturday in Douglas County. Whereas the government of Douglas County, Nevada celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community, and whereas, according to the United States Small Business Administration, there are 33.2 million small businesses in the United States. Small businesses represent 99.9% of firms with paid employees and are responsible for 63% of new jobs created since 1995. And whereas the 2022 Small Business Saturday Consumer Insights Survey reported that 72% of shoppers said that Small Business Saturday makes them want to shop and dine at small, independently owned retailers and restaurants all year long. Overall, Small Business Saturday drove an estimated $17.9 billion, that's B, not M, B, $17.9 billion since its creation in 2010. And whereas studies also have found that 0.68%, 68 cents of every dollar spent at a small business in the U.S. stays in the local community, and that every dollar spent at small businesses creates an additional 48 cents in local business activity as a result of employees and local businesses purchasing local goods and services. And whereas Douglas County, Nevada supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our communities, and yet whereas skipping ahead a little bit, is a mouthful. Advocacy groups, as well as public and private organizations across the country, have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners November 25th, 2023 as Small Business Saturday, and urge the residents of our community and communities across the country to support small businesses and merchants on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. Adopted the 16th day of November 2023 by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, signed by myself and attested by our Clerk Treasurer, Amy Bergens. Alicia. Thank you. Okay.
How much time you got?
3 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes. So many rules. Hi, everyone. I'm Jen Nalder with your Main Street Gardnerville program, and we are supporting Alicia and the Chamber in their efforts to shop small on Saturday after Thanksgiving. Just as you guys know, the small businesses in our community is the backbone of our community. These are your local neighbors. These are moms and dads, and they are trying to keep that dream alive. By shopping small, you're supporting not only them, but you're creating a heart within your downtown for people to come and enjoy themselves. So when you think about those gifts that you're about to purchase over the holiday season, we highly encourage you to look at your local merchants and vendors and shop from them. That's all I got. Wow. Well done. Very good. Thank you.
I think she wore herself out yesterday at the Chamber of Commerce meeting.
I'm banking my minutes.
Oh, banking your minutes. Alicia, would you like to share some thoughts? Or?
I think between this and what Jen said, we're good to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want a bag?
Okay. And do we have, is Courtney here? Oh, there you are. Okay. Do we have anybody from the Carson Water Sub-Conservancy District here also? No? Except for the two commissioners that serve on that board, Commissioner Hales and myself. So we'll invite you down to do this as well, okay? because I know that we've both been active this week in recognition of Flood Awareness Week. Oh, and our Community Development Director, Tom Delaire. Okay, for presentation only, ceremonial presentation of Proclamation 2023P-108 declaring November 12th through the 18th, 2023 as Nevada Flood Awareness Week in Douglas County. And I'll read that and then present it to Ms. Walker. Proclamation 2023P-108 declaring the week of November 12th through the 18th, 2023 as Nevada Flood Awareness Week. Whereas Douglas County recognizes the significant threat flooding poses to our residents, the county, and our local economy, having endured repeated flood events from our watershed in the Carson River, Pine Nut Creek, Buckeye Creek, Johnson Lane Wash, and Smelter Creek watersheds, including the historic floods of 1955, 1997, 2006, 2014, 2015, 2017, and most recently in 2023. And whereas Douglas County is a particular risk of flooding from slow rising riverine flooding in the winter and swift flash flooding in the summer, whereas during Nevada Flood Awareness Week, local, state, and federal agencies across the state are working together to inform the public about the dangers of flooding, how to protect their homes and families from a flood, and plan for recovery. Whereas Nevada Flood Awareness Week 2023 will be held statewide the week of November 12th through the 18th with the theme Preparing Your Community for the Future, and the corresponding website is www.nevadafloods.org. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, that repetitions here, will participate in Nevada Flood Awareness Week from November 12th through the 18th, 2023, and supports the increased public awareness of flood threats, encouraging all county residents to take action. Once again, adopted this 16th day of November, 2023, attested by myself and also attested by Clerk Treasurer Amy Bergens. Courtney.
Thank you very much, Courtney Walker, Stormwater Program Manager. For the record, we have been doing several outreach activities and events this week. It's Nevada statewide Flood Awareness Week. So we held our flood awareness event down at the community center on Tuesday, where several residents came down and learned about several studies that we have happening and flood map revisions that are going on throughout the county. I just wanted to highlight that we are working on a stormwater master plan currently, which will include several capital improvement projects throughout the county. And we're also working with the ranching community on trying to work on some of that infrastructure as well. So there's a lot going on here in regards to that. We will be having a couple of public meetings once we have a solid draft of that plan. So we'll welcome public comment on that and welcome your input. We also had an event yesterday at the River Fork Ranch celebrating the installation of a high watermark sign, and it has a recent photo from March of 2023 of that River Ranch Preserve underwater, under a couple of feet of water. They have a really cool hiking trail there. It's the confluence of the east and the west forks of the Carson River. It's a great spot, so I encourage you to check it out, walk the trail, and check out our new sign to help educate you on the fact that it floods in Nevada, even though it's the driest state in the nation. Thanks.
Tuesday's event?
I did.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, I was spacing out there. Okay. Item number 3 for presentation only, and we are visited once again by our stormwater manager, Courtney Walker. For presentation only, staff will provide an update on the 5-year audit of Douglas County's activities to make the county more flood safe under the Federal Emergency Management Agency's Community Rating System. And she's joined by our Community Development Director, Tom Delaire. Ms. Walker.
Thank you. Just trying to figure out how to share this on the Zoom. Thanks. Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much, Courtney Walker, Stormwater Program Manager. For the record, I don't know why this says Community Development on it because I'm actually in the Public Works Department. It says that at the end. But I am joined by our Community Development Director, Tom Delaire. And the reason that he's up here with me today is because he is the floodplain administrator, which is he's appointed by county code to fill that position to help us enforce our regulations in regards to floodplain management. I'm going to go into the National Flood Insurance Program Community Rating System. It's through FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And I'm going to go through the various activities that the county participates in for this program. And we just recently completed our 5-year audit, which we go through every 5 years, and they evaluate all the activities that we're doing and then give us a score accordingly. So that just recently was wrapped up, and we were awarded our points. And so I'm just going to go through all the activities that we do in order to get that, and feel free to weigh in on along the way. So the community rating system is a voluntary program. It's not mandatory by any means, but it encourages communities to participate in certain floodplain management activities that go above and beyond the National Flood Insurance Program participation requirements. And you have to participate in that program. The NFIP is the acronym for the National Flood Insurance Program, in order for residents to be able to purchase flood insurance from FEMA. So this program just goes above and beyond the minimum requirements that you need to be able to make flood insurance available in your community. And the minimum requirement is that you have floodplain maps, which we have had in place since the early 80s. So based on all these different activities and participating in this program, flood insurance rates are reduced for residents who opt to purchase a flood insurance policy. It is required if you have a federally backed mortgage and your home is in the 100-year floodplain. And it also, you can purchase it optionally if you are not mandated to have it. But as a result, with all these activities that we report on, you receive a discount. Currently, we receive a 20% discount, all the residents who are required to purchase flood insurance. So there's 18 different activities available under this program. They're under 4 main categories. There's public information. That's basically your public outreach. How are you making information available to the public? There's your floodplain mapping and your regulations that coincide with that. Flood damage reduction, there's various planning and structural activities that fall under this category. And flood preparedness, and how prepared are you in advance of a flood, during a flood, and after a flood. And so I'll go into a little more detail on what all of these contain within them. So we'll start with public information. Number 1 is the elevation certificate requirement. So for any new construction in the 100-year floodplain, an elevation certificate is required to be submitted with the building permit, and that is essentially to ensure that we're enforcing our floodplain management regulations, such as elevating your finished floor above the base flood elevation is just one example of that. And the elevation certificate demonstrates that you're constructing the home above that 100-year flood level. There's several outreach projects. I discussed a few of them during that proclamation. We held a flood awareness event. We do that every year during Flood Awareness Week in Nevada. And it's usually down at the community center. We have various agencies that participate in that event with us, such as FEMA, representatives from the National Flood Insurance Program, Carson Water Subconservancy District, Division of Water Resources, Emergency Management, National Weather Service is there as well. They're a pretty key partner in helping us to predict flood events. So it's a great event. And like I said, we just held it on Tuesday. There's hazard disclosure. So are you making folks aware of the hazard that exists if they're going to be developing in the floodplain or driving through a flooded area? Flood protection information, there's flood protection assistance. So when people are calling or coming to offices, are they being provided with information in regards to local floodplain management practices and issues around here? And then the assistance is, are we actually making site visits to people's homes? And that's been something that's been occurring for a long time now, to try to see if there's anything that the county can do to help alleviate their issue, or if it's helping them figure out how they would go about purchasing flood insurance, things like that on site. The flood insurance rate map is essentially, those are our floodplain maps, and we've been updating those throughout the years. So that's also another way to get credit. We have information on our website, various things in the newspaper. We do education in schools. We have a really great flood model that's a great demonstration tool to help teach kids about how floodplains function. And so that's another one that we're doing. And then we also do mailers, and we have brochures that we distribute at events. So it's a pretty robust program. There's always a lot more that you can do. And they do kind of go through various language that they prefer that you use that will increase your points. And so it's a pretty big program with a lot of moving parts. Charlotte, you look like you have a question.
Yeah, I know that Carson Water Subconservancy District does a lot of this. So do many of the projects you do from this chart, do you do them in conjunction with that group?
Great question. Yes, because there's only one me, and I don't think we could do it without them in the in the packet. They give us an annual report based on all the activities that they do, and they do a lot of public outreach. And so that report is included in the agenda packet. And so every year they basically give us a summary of all of the outreach events that they participated in that we can take credit for. I do partner with them on several of them, but I unfortunately cannot make all of them. However, a big part of what they do does help to give us credit in this category. So thanks for bringing that up.
That's great. I think they're a really great organization, and just wanted to publicly appreciate them and you.
Thank you. So first, part of our public information, we do have resources online. If the county does keep several elevation certificates and has for many years on file, and you can find those on a viewer that's available on our website. There's also a flood zone viewer that's a public-facing application as well. So if homeowners do want to see if their property is in or near a floodplain, you're able to do that as well. However, I get many calls where people are just calling and asking, and I'm sure there's other county offices that deal with these requests too. But just to put it out there to the public, we do have these forward-facing applications accessible as well. So moving on to mapping and regulations, there's FEMA floodplains all over the country. The special flood hazard area is what we call between the 100 to 500 year flood zones. And so we have various regulations based on how you need to construct a new building in those particular zones. And our building codes and standards for construction, land division, all of those types of regulations are located in Title 20 in 20.50. And like I said earlier, elevation certificates are required for any development that occurs in the floodplain. So that's where I end up partnering with community development, often for new construction in the floodplain. And luckily, our land division in the floodplain regulations are kind of strict, and so it's not really possible to put a subdivision, for example, in the floodplain, as the code states that you can't divide a parcel within the floodplain smaller than 19 acres, unless you're keeping all of the floodplain on one parcel, which would be hard to do in the middle of it. So we do have some pretty good regulations in regards to that. So So continuing in on the floodplain mapping, we can obtain credit for doing remapping existing floodplains. We have newer and newer technology that helps us to do this in a lot more detailed manner. And so we have been working to update the Smelter Creek floodplain, which we have done recently. That map will go into effect in January. And also, there's the Pine Neck Creek letter of map revision that's still in review. And the Carson River physical map revision is probably the biggest one. That one's been in the works for about 12 years now. All of those are starting to wrap up. It's challenging. You'll get to in the next couple slides, I go through how many points we get in each category versus how many points are possible in each category. In this floodplain mapping category, you are eligible for credits in this category if you're doing a remapping study that is funded by local dollars. So oftentimes we are partnering with the Carson Water Subconservancy District in this category as well, and they are able to obtain FEMA funding for us to do these remapping exercises, which tends to remove people from the floodplain, which is a positive thing. We want people to be accurately mapped. However, we don't usually get credit in this category because it is through FEMA funding, which is a plus for us. It just doesn't help us in the community rating system points. But I think we'll take federal funding or grant funding anytime we can to do a project.
I would remind you, any federal funding is our taxpayers' dollars funding.
It is, you are correct. Luckily, it comes from the whole country instead of just right here within the county, right? Open space preservation is another category where we're able to get credits in here, and this is for basically if it's within the floodplain. So a lot of the times we've purchased agricultural conservation easements to promote our open space, keep those ranching lands in the community as open space and as agriculture. And it's really helpful because it's tempting sometimes for ranchers to want to sell off part of their land for development to help supplement their income. But if we can put those types of lands into conservation easements so they remain in agriculture, it makes it easier for the rancher to remain in that business, so to speak. Higher regulatory standards.
I
Yes.
just have to make sure I understand that. So we would get more points if we had more conservation easements
If they were in the floodplain.
in
yes.
the floodplain.
Yes.
And that could lead to discounts for flood insurance for our residents.
Yes.
Thanks.
It could. And that's not the only way. There's another way to promote open space outside of conservation easements because that's kind of expensive. But you can also look at your regulatory standards as far as, there's some communities that go as far to say no development in the floodplain. Now, I don't know if that's somewhere that we would want to go, but there's certain things that you can limit even further. We do have our land division requirements that are quite strict. We could look at, making those a little more stringent. There are certain things that you can do that are not just conservation easement related, particularly since we don't have a funding source to go there, but that is one tool. And it has historically been used to preserve agricultural lands. And the other category in here is our flood data maintenance. And so are we keeping our maps and our GIS up to date? We have a very wonderful GIS department here in the county. They are super on keeping all of this stuff updated and maintained. So kudos to them. They're always so helpful in making maps to help support outreach events and provide information to the public. So we're very thankful for that. And then there's also the stormwater management category. And this has to do with some of your regulations as well, as far as your design storm that you're regulating to and other kinds of requirements that you would put on any new developments. And there's a few other things that go on in here too, such as watershed master planning, which we do, and the stormwater master plan that I talked about earlier. That comprehensive countywide plan will also help us in this category achieve more points. So that's a project that's currently in the works. Floodplain management planning is another category. This is another one where the Carson Water Subconservancy District helps us out a lot. They do the Carson River Regional Floodplain Management Plan. So it's a watershed-wide floodplain management plan, and each of the counties throughout the watershed get to take advantage of using that plan for credit. And we also get some credit through our hazard mitigation plan as well, and that's a county document. We're actually going through the 5-year update of the Carson River Regional Floodplain Management Plan currently, and they are working diligently to try to figure out how to cross-reference that with the CRS requirements in this category to try to boost our credit scores for that as well. Acquisition and relocation is another category. This would be if you had either repetitive loss properties or properties that are located in a vulnerable area. If the county were to acquire that building and actually remove it from the special flood hazard area, you can get a lot of points in this category too. That's obviously a very expensive endeavor as well. So a lot of these are kind of weighing your benefit versus your investment. So flood protection is also another one, and that's our floodplain development standards. Again, flood proofing, elevating, things like that. Our drainage system maintenance is another way to get credit for all these things, and that is basically our maintenance program, which we are doing better with now. However, they're kind of changing it a little bit, and they want to know how you're maintaining your natural and open channel conveyance system, which is not something that we have done robustly historically. That's more of on folks that have water rights that are maintaining their irrigation channels to get irrigation waters. However, what we did see this past winter is that is our flood control structure as well. So we're trying to increase our conversations with those landowners and trying to figure out how we can maybe partner on this one a little bit better to do drainage system maintenance of our open conveyance channels. Flood preparedness is the last category. As I mentioned, we did the flood warning and response plan. This was actually through the Army Corps of Engineers, their Silver Jackets program. They helped us put together this plan based on certain CRS points, and it's a good thing that they did because that helped to keep us at our score of a 6, and I'll go into that more in a little bit. Flood Awareness Week is right now. And then there's also a section for dam and levee safety program. I thought that would make Jeremy pretty happy because we would probably have to build some dams in order to get credit for some dams. I know we have one that was could have been compromised this past winter, and so this is another category where I think we haven't been focusing too much on. There's also a levee issue going on as well, and so getting some of these issues into the Stormwater Master Plan is going to be huge in trying to leverage some credit in this category as well, which is something we haven't historically done. So what is the most difficult part of participating in this system? You know, it's really challenging to document all this stuff. We're doing all these things and we're doing a lot of them really well, but providing the documentation to FEMA every 5 years is a huge task. They also want you to report annually on certain things. And so it is a lot of paperwork to compile and show that we're doing what it is that we say that we're doing. There are communities, there's a couple of communities throughout the country that have the best score you can possibly get, which is a 1. So 10 is the lowest and 1 is the highest. We're at a 6. But you would really want to probably have one dedicated staff member at least to focus on this program because there are so many different moving parts, and really taking a strong look at how you could strategize on how to get the most points and what that translates to savings to the residents on flood insurance policies are all things that you would want to evaluate in that. So here's kind of the breakdown of all the points that we are awarded for this 5-year period. And there's certain areas that could use a little bit of work, but it just depends on how much time you could really devote to each one. For the outreach in particular, it doesn't look like we're doing that much compared to what we could be doing. But like I said, they want you to use particular language and put together a public program for information and, you know, have it kind of intersect several different ways. And it would be a pretty large effort, which is something that we can start working on for sure. But it's a challenge, you know, to kind of craft the language exactly how they want it. But we are definitely doing a lot of the outreach in these areas. There's always room for improvement, but they also want you to promote flood insurance, which, of course they do, right? That helps to fill their coffers as well. So we're doing a little bit of that. I've done an evaluation based on how many people are actually utilizing policies. Turns out there must be a lot of people that don't actually have a federally backed mortgage because you don't have to have a flood insurance policy if you don't. However, if you do have a flood, then that basically falls all on you if you don't have insurance coverage. For our floodplain mapping, that looks pretty weak as well. But as I mentioned, you get credits for these if they're not FEMA funded studies, if you're funding them locally. And we have been taking advantage of FEMA grants through the Carson Water Subconservancy District. So that's why that point scale looks a little low. The open space preservation, we're doing okay. There's definitely room for improvement there. Our higher regulatory standards is another area. And that's something that I'd really like to maybe take advantage of the CWSD study program through FEMA, that they can fund studies, is to kind of take a closer look at not only our higher regulatory standards, but some of these other categories to see where we could strategically try to craft our regulations in a way that we want to, but also that makes sense for here in order to gain more credit. So that's something that we'll be looking at going into the future. The stormwater management is another one. The stormwater master plan document that we're working on will also help us in this particular category too. I know it looks really bad because I'm the stormwater manager, right? But there are a few categories here that we could definitely get some big points versus, your public outreach. While I think we're doing a good job at that, there's not as big of a gap of points that you could acquire by doing more. And so there's certain areas where you'd want to maybe target more of your attention to get more bang for your buck. The floodplain management planning, that ties to our plans, our hazard mitigation plans, and our floodplain management plan, which is a regional document. The acquisition and relocation is the one I mentioned. If you're moving buildings out of the floodplain, that's a pretty expensive endeavor, but there are a lot of points associated with that as well. Drainage system maintenance, that's another one where we're trying to work more with our landowners and trying to figure out, do they have documentation on when they're doing maintenance, and are we coupling that with where we're cleaning culverts that may intersect their ditches and things like that. So always working on some improvement. The flood warning and response category is something that we historically never got credits in the last 5-year cycle. So it's good, encouraging to see that we're starting to get some there. And then here you go again with levees and dams, not super high, but I think just the reference of what is the plan with some of these structures and being able to document that we have a procedure for addressing maintenance and repairs of those things would help us.
So while we're on that particular slide, in levies, I do know, and I did participate in the Carson Water Subconservancy District meeting last evening, and I'm happy to report that that organization did dedicate $68,000, $68K, and perhaps even a greater amount to working with us in regards to the levee damage or possible levee repairs at the Carson Valley golf course that you're aware of, I'm sure. So I don't know if that'll play into this or not, but I think that was, I was very happy with my fellow commissioners from other counties and members of that board, so.
Thank you for that update. We will be bringing an item before you, I believe, in December in regards to a similar funding request. Obviously, we want to get that addressed prior to any higher flows in the river. I don't think it factors into this cycle visit, but perhaps the next one, if we can get that documentation in as far as what we're doing in regards to that levy. So our total CRS points this go around was 2102. And like I said, you can only get evaluated on this every 5 years. If you want to do an interim, have a look. If you do something, they will take a look at it and see if they can adjust your score. But otherwise, the next opportunity would be in 5 years from now, in 2028. And so what does that all mean? We're rated right now as a 6 because we have above 2,000, but we're under 2,500. So that translates to a 20% discount, and this is if you're in the special flood hazard area. If you're outside of the special flood hazard area and you still have a policy, you do get a 10% discount, and that's through this program. And that basically translates to $200,000 annually currently. And so if you went up, that would translate to higher savings. If more folks did obtain flood insurance, obviously that number would rise as well. And we do encourage people to do that, particularly in areas that might be outside of the special flood hazard area, because if you notice around here, yes, we do have riverine flooding and it can be catastrophic, but it seems to me that we're seeing more and more alluvial fan flooding, and those flood maps are not necessarily as robust as our Carson River floodplain. It's not as wide of an area, and those channels tend to move. And so you are able to acquire flood insurance even if you're outside of the special flood hazard area, and you still receive a discount on it. So it's something that is highly encouraged. We do have online resources for all of these things. We're being more proactive with our maintenance. We're working on our development requirements for that, and we're also improving our coordination and planning before and during flood events. And right now, I would say we're actually in the after phase of a flood event, and I would say that we're trying to coordinate better and plan for that better as well, and capitalizing particularly on the Stormwater Master Plan following the spring 2023 flood events. Tom, I don't know if you had anything to add to that.
So, Ms. Walker, number one, we're communicating all of this on our website. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there have been, and I concur with Commissioner Hales, Carson Water Subconservancy District is a very important entity that involves us. We have 5 members that serve on that board, two current commissioners, and then 3 members at large. 2 of them that actually serve the ag community, and then 1 member at large. So that's we have a very good voice on that board, but they do put out a lot of information as well. And I've asked whether or not we could perhaps take a look at putting a link on our website to that organization, so that our residents could go on our website and take a look at what they're doing on our behalf as well within our county. So if you could make a note on that, I'd appreciate it. So, Commissioners, Commissioner Hales.
Prior to you taking on this position, what was our discount?
It was the same. I wish I could say something different.
We still love you, Courtney.
A good attorney always knows the answer
right?
before
Terrible.
they ask the question.
Sorry about that. You're doing great work anyway.
Nonetheless, you guys do a great job, and it's incredible that it's taken. I mean, we've been a county since what? In the late 1800s or earlier, and it's amazing to me that we have never paid as much focus on this area and this need in our county before now. And we talked about all those dates in that proclamation. It just confounds me why the Board of Commissioners or the county never took an effort up until, 5 years ago? You've been now with us 5-6 years now?
Almost 8.
Almost 8. Okay, well, time flies. Okay, so congratulations. We'll give you a 10-year pin in another couple years. Anyways, it just astounds me that we haven't taken a look at and done anything in regards to storm and flood management up until now. So anyways.
Well, up until 8 years ago. Or
until 8 years ago, yes. Okay. Commissioner Rice, you.
I had a question. The storm management Stormwater Management Association up at the lake. Do you get any credit for the work that they do?
We will be looking at using their work actually for TMDL credit, the Lake Tahoe Water Quality Program. It's more in regards, what they do is more geared towards water quality than it is towards floodplain management, although it does achieve that goal for them as well.
Commissioner Tarkanian, knows that? Anything? Okay. Okay. Commissioner, not Commissioner. Mr. Delaire. Yeah, I mean, yes, you're smarter than that, right?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairman Gardner. Tom Delaire for the record, Community Development Director. I think to answer Commissioner Hale's question, that I believe the rules are changing. To keep a number 6, keep a level 6, or score of 6 has been all of Courtney. She has been really amazing. I know 8 years into this, and she knows this program inside and out, and it would be very difficult to be the floodplain administrator and as required in code without her here. And I get she spends a lot of time, and we support her as much as we can from our department. Her and Jeremy are constantly talking about projects, and she's just amazing to work with, and we really appreciate all her efforts on that behalf. And then the elevation certificates, she tracked that stuff when she was in our department and got the viewer up and running, and we're working on trying to get our programs to mesh. Acela is our permitting software, and we are doing a better job at tracking these applications. So hopefully we can just hit a report next time when they come in 5 years, that they will be able to have that information available for them, and it won't take as much time to provide it and have that documentation for the audit. So we are working together on improvements there to make the data a little more available for everybody and also the public. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delaire. Ms. Davidson, you had something you wished to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I would be remiss if I did not take advantage of the opportunity, the door that Commissioner Hales has opened here. Stormwater management is a very critical issue for our community, as we are all well aware. And I am very pleased with the work of Ms. Walker and her team. She came to us 8 years ago, as we've mentioned. The stormwater program itself, the management program that she oversees, and her department division did not exist prior to 5 years ago. And I do want to point out to the Commission that we are allocating the same amount of funding today as we did 5 years ago. We only allocate $1 million to her department to accomplish the important work that they do. I think this is a critical strategic issue for us, and one that we will be discussing further as part of our strategic plan.
Very good. Thank you very much for the presentation, and the more communication we can do to the public is better. So with that, my clock shows 11:13. We're going to take a break until 11:20 to give us an opportunity. So thank you. Okay, it's 11:20, so I'm going to call the board back into session. Let's see. Not exactly sure where Commissioner Rice is, but I can go ahead and start reading, and we can get into this. So, okay, item number 4 for presentation only, so we won't be taking public comment on this. Discussion and annual presentation on Douglas County's investment program and an economic market update by FTN Financial Main Street Advisors, Douglas County's investment advisors, being presented by our clerk treasurer, Amy Bergens, and Mr. Rick Phillips, president of FHN Financial. Is that right? Very good, thank you.
Morning, Commissioners. Pleasure to be with you all. I'm going to, as mentioned, just talk about the investment program briefly and then just do a short economic and market update. Just a quick background. I started with the City of Las Vegas almost 35 years ago, 1989. So I've been...
Boy, you didn't need to say that.
I know.
You know, I mean, just saying, I mean...
I don't have that special birthday coming up, Chairman, but soon. So been investing public funds for a long time, over many cycles. I was the chief investment officer there. We started our firm about 20 years ago. We have many state and local government clients. We oversee, those clients have about $100 billion under management. And so this is the operating fund for the county. It meets the operational needs of payroll, projects, things like that. Very different than investing retirement funds. So it's regulated by the Nevada revised statutes. We can only invest in high quality, shorter term, fixed income instruments. So I'll just show a summary of the investment portfolio. The three objectives of the policy and portfolio: safety, liquidity, and then income. So from a safety perspective, the top left, we're investing in federal U.S. agencies and then treasuries. LGIP is the state's local government investment pool to provide the treasurer with daily liquidity if needed, and then again, high quality corporate bonds. The liquidity comes from that top middle, the maturity distribution. The bulk of the portfolio, you see about 45%, I should say, is invested in the 0 to 1 year. Just to provide that liquidity, if something out of the blue happens, we can have that liquidity for the treasurer to meet those needs. And then we ladder out the portfolio. Usually, the longer we go on an investment, the more we make. Right down in the middle, you see the interest rate on the portfolio has been increasing with the Federal Reserve raising interest rates recently. And bond prices and interest rates are inversely related. As interest rates go up, bond prices go down. So you see I put a little blue arrow over there. The county's portfolio is about 130-ish million. And right now, the book value where we bought things slightly below by about 4 million of the market value. No need to be concerned about that. We have plenty of liquidity. We're actually glad about that because that means interest rates have gone up. The county's making a lot more interest income on the portfolio. We'll never need to liquidate those investments to provide for what she needs. And so we'll hold those to maturity. Moving on here, I'm going to skip a couple slides. So this is the historical value of the portfolio when we started working with the county back in 2017. You see it was about 70 million at the time. And with economic growth in the county, it's grown up to almost double to 140 million. That's comprised of the general fund and the other funds that the county has. And of course, please interject with any questions as I go.
Just had a quick question.
Yes,
how much of that is long-term hold as opposed to having to keep it real liquid?
Right there, that top middle, you can see we ladder out the portfolio about 12 to 15% in every bucket from 1 year out to 5 year. So by state statute, we're pretty much 5 years in with about half of it in the 0 to 1 year maturities to provide that liquidity for ongoing operations. It's different than a long-term pension fund. We'd invest that a lot longer term. This is needed for operations. This looks at the fiscal year-to-date investment earnings. And you see with interest rates so low during COVID, through September in fiscal 22 was about 370,000. Last year, it's 500,000, and now it's a little over 1 million. So doubling with interest rates higher and the portfolio slightly larger. So we expect where last year the county earned about 3 million, it should be over 6 million in investment income. And I just want to point out the uniqueness of this revenue source. There's no other place in the county where you can generate revenue without charging taxes or fees to the citizens or business. This is that prudent management. This is, you don't have to charge that. Just earn from the investment portfolio the excess cash that you have until it goes out for operations. Just looking at interest rates, going back to 1989, I chose that odd year, for that's when I started. And I just want you to concentrate on the last column, the average yield. This is 3-month Treasury bills all the way out to 30-year Treasury bond, what the rate was on that investment at the end of each year. And so you see those first 10, 11 years of my career, I got to invest at 5, 6, 7%. I mean, that was awesome to earn. Then in 2001 through 2003, we had the dot-com stock market burst and the 9/11 recession after that. Interest rates went down a little bit. Went back up, 06, 07, and then the Great Recession hit. And you see a lot of red, that's low interest rates. So really the last, from 08 to 21, those 13 years, that last column, there's only 1 year, 2018, where interest rates were above 2%. Just incredibly low. Great if a person or the county had to borrow money, but very challenging from the investment perspective. So we're glad to be slightly back up to more normal interest rates in this 5% average. This is looking at the average yield of the portfolio. That's the dark blue line as compared to a market index. This is the 0 to 5-year Treasury index we just use to see if we're earning a market rate of return, as the investment policy says. And you see almost all the time we have slightly earned above that, and more recently a wider gap. Let's skip that one. So the Fed's really hoping to engineer a soft landing with these mega interest rate hikes that they did this last year or two. And so they have 500 PhD economists, and the private sector, it's just really challenging to predict where the economy is going to go. It's so complex, global aspects influenced in it as well. And so I went back to the Great Recession. There were some news articles back then. The International Monetary Fund, the IMF, we're looking for a soft landing for the US economy. The Fed Chair Bernanke at the time projecting a soft landing, the Dallas Fed, the same thing. NBC News later that year started to ask questions. Is the economy headed for recession? Starting to see challenges in the housing market back in 07. Well, we know we got the Great Recession, of course, after that. So currently, just about a month ago, 2 months, the Fed's own economists now expect a Goldilocks scenario. No recession, low inflation, positive growth. We really hope that's the case. We don't have a recession, but they have really hiked interest rates a bunch, and that typically leads to a slowdown in recession. One area of the economy that's been doing really well is the employment sector. And I'm depicting that by, this is a weekly unemployment claim. So if a person loses their job today, they go file unemployment, whatever state they live in. And these are in thousands. And so I went clear back to the 1970s, those shaded areas of recessions. We were really low before COVID. We're kind of in that same category. So the employment market, it's been challenging to hire people. From the county's perspective, private sector, and we just see that very low. So that's been robust. You see it does change quickly sometimes when we just kind of snowballs. Companies start laying off and consumers pull back. So we're good right now, but we are watching that. It's expected to increase next year for employment to continue to go up. Let's skip that one. So this is a fun cartoon that the investing.com the other day had. The woman on the left, that is Christine Lagarde. She's the European Central Bank chair, similar to Jay Powell, the Fed chair. So worried about oil prices, slowing growth all around the world, higher for longer interest rates and inflation, and all this to add increased geopolitical risk. Of course, Russia, Ukraine, Middle East going on. There's always in the back of our minds what could happen with China and Taiwan, and just other things impacting oil prices, things like that, that worry central bankers around the world. This is looking at GDP, gross domestic product, the biggest look of what's going on with the US economy. Interest rates are a function of what's expected growth in the economy and what's expected inflation. This looks at growth. You see the 4 quarters in 2021, averaged about 5.5%. All that stimulus money, the CARES and the ARPA funds that came into the counties and to the individuals' bank accounts really boosted the economy. Then quarter 1 and quarter 2 of last year, we had negative GDP. GDP is adjusted for inflation. That's when inflation was peaking at 8-9%. Inflation's come down a bit, and so the economy did slow and help, but we've had kind of a soft landing, 2% growth. Last quarter, Q3 of 23, we were expecting that. The market was about 2%, and it just surprised everyone at 4.9%. I think there was a lot of Taylor Swift tickets being bought and just other things going on with the economy. But you do see the estimates. This is Bloomberg does a survey of economists around the country, and we see it slowing down this quarter that we're about halfway through now into next year. Student loan payments have started up again. Excess savings from the pandemic have been depleted or soon to be. Oops. Here's interest rates for the past year and a half going to July of last year. The bottom one, the dashed line, that's the federal funds rate that they've hiked this last year and increased. It was about 3.5%. Well, you can see it was around 2%, and we're at 5% now. That purple line is the 3-month Treasury bill. They're so close in maturity to each other, they just really trade hand in glove. Going out the yield curve to longer maturities, we see the 2-year and the 5-year, and I'll just focus on the green in the middle. The 2-year was below 3%, and then as inflation and the Fed raised rates and inflation went up, that rate moved up. And then you see the bank failures that happened earlier this year. Silicon Valley Bank got the economy worried. The FDIC and the Fed stepped in and shored up the banking system, and rates have gone back up. So we're been pretty steady around that 5%. Here's the housing market. This top graph, going clear back to the 60s, this is year-over-year house price changes in the US, just a broad look at it. And we'd never seen the growth that we had, even during the housing boom in 05 and such, that we had right after, during the pandemic with interest rates so low, up 22% on a year-over-year basis, nationwide housing prices. It's down 7% on a year-over-year basis, but my bottom graph, that's just looking at the dollar prices of homes. And you just see they've gone up, we've come down a little bit, but they're still 27% higher than pre-COVID. Probably everybody in here that has a mortgage refinanced at 3-4%, and that's been very helpful for them, but so challenging if you're a youngster and wanting to buy a home right now with a 7 to 8% mortgage rate and house prices still really high. That typically is a leading indicator of a slowing economy when housing starts to slow down like it has. Banks, I've read some articles about greedy bankers making it harder for people and corporations to borrow money. This is the percent of banks that are increasing, tightening those lending standards, just making it harder to borrow. And you see those shaded areas of recessions going back to the 90s, and all 4 of those times when we get to this area, we have gone into recession in the past, because you just think about it, as bankers slow lending down, that just slows economic pace down. A look at the consumer, one way we track this is federal government tax receipts. Most of those tax receipts of the federal government come from individuals. When we pay our individual taxes, that's about 80%. 20-ish% comes from corporations. And so this is looking at it on a year-over-year basis of collection. You see this, the big collection with money going out during the pandemic. 2010 is that lowest point during the Great Recession when we had 8 million people lose jobs. And so you see when I drew the line on there, -5% in the past, clear back to the 60s, when we've gone to this point on a year-over-year basis, that means that the economy has slowed and possibly goes into recession. Here's the Treasury, we call it the yield curve, but this is 1-month maturities, so this month at around 5%. Every subsequent dot is just 2 months, 3 months, all the way out to 7 years. Typically, the yield curve has shorter rates with lower yields, longer maturities with higher yields. And so, because if I'm lending money to the Treasury for 10 years, that's a lot more risk from just time standpoint versus 3 months. When this happens, that bottom bullet point there, it's been predictive of 8 of the 8 recessions. It's 1 or 2 years out when the yield curve inverts, shorter maturities get higher yields than longer maturities. And so we inverted last November, so we're at the year mark. So, hey, again, I hope it really doesn't happen this time, but we are, many economists, just expecting a slowdown or hopefully just a mild recession if we have one next year. And just like any stat or economic metric, it's similar to sports. Streaks are there, but they can be broken. And And I put this slide in especially for Commissioner Tarkanian. So ever since I love March Madness too, Commissioner. Ever since 1985, when there were 32 teams and went to 64 teams, so you had 4 brackets of number 1 seed, the highest seed versus the 16 seed, we'd never had an upset of those in 152 games. Well, in 2018, school I'd never heard of, University of Maryland, Baltimore County upset Virginia, and then earlier this year, we had Federal Dickinson University upset number 1 seed Purdue. So again, streaks can be broken, but the odds generally play out over the long run. And as our attorney friends would say, we're just looking at the preponderance of evidence is looking to a slowdown this next year in consumer spending. So that's the presentation. Can I entertain any questions from you?
Thank you. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Nosad?
Well, I just read in the Hotmail section of my personal computer that we may have a recall of the American dollar and go to a digital dollar. What's your view on that?
The central bank digital currency, the technical name, it really scares me. That could be, we wouldn't have our own cash, it would just be controlled by central banks throughout the world and banks. And so Big Brother would know pretty much everything you're doing on spending money. I really hope elected officials far and wide fight back against that, because I do not think that's a good thing for the United States or any other part of the world.
Anything else?
I'm not asking you anything I don't know the answer to.
Well, at least you've wised up over that one. No, just teasing. Okay.
I appreciate this, though, and I appreciate being able to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it looks like Mrs. Bergens, you had something to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Rick for coming up here to give this presentation. The Treasurer's Office, we have meetings with him virtually on a more regular basis, and I have learned so much from him. But I will tell you that I'm very appreciative of the fact that he does this for Douglas County. His team does a wonderful job, keeps a daily eye on our funding, and as you saw from his presentation, it has grown exponentially since 2017 when Kathy Lewis signed the contract with his company. So I just want to say thank you for everything that he does for Douglas County and the daily maintenance of our funding.
Thank you. I did have one question because a member of the public asked me about this, noticing the variance from market value to book value and the loss there. Is that something that we should be concerned about?
I did touch on that earlier on. When interest rates go up, bond prices go down, and vice versa. And that's why we keep so much liquidity on hand that we'll buy a 5-year bond at 100, that's price. It's going to go up and down with interest rates, but then it'll mature at 500 and pay interest all the way. So we don't worry about those unrealized gains or losses because we plan to hold almost everything to maturity and have plenty of liquidity for her to pay the bills.
I didn't think so, but I wanted you to
thank you
state
for
that
asking.
on the record.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thank you once again also for coming up and visiting with us and sharing this information with us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Good. Okay. With that, we're into item number 5 for presentation only. Once again, we will not be taking public comment on this. It's the first reading, introduction of ordinance 2023-1627, an ordinance amending chapter 20.622 of the Douglas County Code by prohibiting or limiting vacation home rentals, VHRs, in residential communities north of Cave Rock State Park. Once again, first reading, and our VHR program manager and our deputy district attorney, AJ Hames, are with us today. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ernie Strelo for the record. On the Sweet 16 stuff, I want to put a shout out to St. Mary's. So for the agenda number 5, I want the reference material before I read it. I have it in the regular packet on page 674 to 678. And in the supplemental packet, I didn't see page numbers, but on the viewer that I had on my computer, I have a little map in there of the different neighborhoods affected by this reading on page 48 to 54. So this is the first reading introduction of ordinance 2023-1627, an ordinance amending chapter 20.622 of the Douglas County Code by prohibiting or limiting vacation home rentals in residential communities north of Cave Rock State Park. Again, it's a first reading. Back to you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions? No? Okay, then we'll see you back again on, December 21st is when we're looking at this? Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. With that, we'll go to item number 6. This is for possible action, so we will be accepting public comment on this. Once again, public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per person. We ask you, once again, if you haven't reminded yourself to please silence your electronic devices so that we don't interrupt speakers. If you wish to offer public comment, when we get to that area, after the presentation and comments and questions by the board, we'll go to public comment. We ask you to please print your name for the record, and then state your name, and your time will begin at that time. So I'll read this into the record. For possible action, discussion regarding the purchase of 1766 Red Hawk Lane, Lot 1 of the Spring Creek subdivision in Gardnerville, Nevada, APN 1220-02-001-031 in the amount of $427,450 and the construction of flood mitigation and drainage facilities thereon, including 1, approving the vacant land offer and acceptance agreement to acquire the property, 2, authorizing the county manager to sign the closing documents as necessary to acquire the property, 3, authorizing the county manager to sign a separate contract with a consulting engineer for the final design and permitting efforts for the flood mitigation and drainage facilities, 4, approving the modification and expansion of the existing conservation easement, document number 708547, that currently covers a portion of the property, and 5, authorizing the county manager to sign and record the First Amendment to grant of conservation easement. Mr. Jeremy Hutchins, and is joined by Ms. Courtney Walker.
Yep, thank you. Jeremy Hutchings, House of Hutchings, Public Comment Audit Committee. And with me is Courtney Walker with the House of Walker. Shout out to, I don't see Mr. Gibson behind me.
I appreciate the sense of humor.
I'm trying to bring
I really
levity to
do.
the process,
I really do.
Mr.
You know,
Chairman.
my pent up comes out on Fridays.
Right. I was going to start with Happy Thanksgiving, but we're not quite there yet. Agenda item number 6, page 679. This is DP 230212 Red Hawk Lane. Acquisition and flood mitigation. I'm going to listen to talking about public comment. I'm going to apologize to Mr. Slade. He caught a couple of typos. One of them was really egregious. Those are my faults. That's my item, so the buck stops with me. Nobody's perfect except Jesus, and I'm certainly not Jesus. So here we go. One of the comments from the public also was that some engineers don't give a lot of creative presentations, and so I got a beautiful picture of the Carson Valley and a quote by Bob Dylan. He might be a little bit before your guys' time, pretty young, but he had a great song about Rolling Stones, and he talks about wanting to make a deal. So if you're interested in a couple things like flood control, expanding conservation easements, and one less house in the valley, I might have a deal for you. Let's go to it. So what and where are we doing? I know some of these packets, I was looking at the packet, it's like over 1,000 pages. And I consider myself a pretty quick reader, and it's a lot to digest, so I try to just give you the overview here of what and where we're doing. So we're trying to acquire a 19-acre parcel for flood control. That's the main purpose of it. Where is it? It's just off of Fish Springs Road. There's, if you take Fish Springs out, then you take the right on East Valley. I know East Valley is kind of confusing. It's right then left then right. But anyway, take Fish Springs out, bang a right on East Valley. And you can see the Pine Nut Creek crosses right here. And Red Hawk Lane is right here. And right now it dead ends right here. So it's the 19-acre parcel that's circled in red, and you can see the conservation easement overstriking what the engineer that did the development thought was the floodplain at the time. It's about a 19-acre, it says what and where. So amending the conservation easement. So I was talking to Maureen Casey in the back, and I was explaining that I really like going to the Planning Commission first on these items so I can kind of, kind of vet things out. So as an engineer, you look at things with certain glasses, right? And you think you got a good project and you think it's worthwhile, and then you run it through the public, and you learn that you're not the smartest guy in the room anymore, and there's things you should be doing differently maybe. So the Planning Commission did a vote to extinguish that conservation easement with our intent to reestablish another one over the entire parcel. We did get the vote 6-1, but one of the members said, hey, I'm not going to vote for something that extinguishes a conservation easement. So I tried to hear that and say, okay, let's not extinguish it at all. Let's just amend it to expand the conservation easement to the whole parcel. Hence my comment about potentially not having one more house in the valley, because if that's really what you're about, I mean, today someone could go out and build a house out here today as it stands. Let's go to the next slide.
Question about that?
You bet, Mr. Tarkanian.
Because I think it's the same people that have talked with me are asking that question. When you expanded the conservation easement, does that conservation easement allow for there to be moving of dirt?
So we're going to expand it and clarify it. It's we can get to that a little bit. I got a really great slide a little further in the presentation, but we can jump ahead to it if you like.
No,
okay.
no, go to your deal.
So I was also listening to Mr. Slade. I think you guys are working on the strategic plan there, and he was talking about, I think it was Mr. Slade that said just another plan on the shelf. Well, I sure hope not. But why are we doing this? Like, how did we get to here, like today? So, believe it or not, this project is part of a already approved, not this entire board, but this body has approved the 5-year capital improvement plan for the Pine Nut Creek to try to find the whole purpose of the plan. The capital improvement plan was to find storage locations to lessen the flooding downstream. So that's regional flood control we're talking about. It's not just a project to help one or two people. It's a regional level control. So all we're doing right here is implementing that plan. So you come up with a plan, and the first step of coming up with a plan is to identify a problem. So you might think, well, who came up with this plan? Well, House of Hutchings here came up with it. So how do you come up with that? Well, you think about problems after you've worked in the valley for, I don't know, maybe going on, I can't believe I'm saying this, close to 30 years. You start to realize where kind of the problem areas are. And since my wife's from California, I can't say, well, let's let any more Californians move here, right? Because they keep coming. And I would sleep on the couch if I tried to keep out the Californians. So one of the problems is flooding. Another problem being roads, which isn't part of this agenda item, but maintenance of roads and the funding for that, it's a big problem. I've thought about it a lot, and I don't have a good answer for you today. But flooding is something else that Tom mentioned earlier that Courtney and I work together a lot, and that's true. I think most of the time we see eye to eye on pretty much everything, but solving flooding problems is within our reach, I think, in my opinion. So again, how we got here is this is just part of a 5-year capital improvement plan that this board has already approved. The first step was to identify the problem. That's complete. The plan was approved. The second step is to do the feasibility study. That's also complete. We've moved on to the third, and that's completed just this past summer. We've moved on to the third step is acquire. So what you're looking at here is a really, really nice exhibit from our consultant, and you can see the yellow sites that they've identified as potential. I'm moving my cursor around them. Those are the sites they've identified as potential properties to acquire either right away or the parcel in whole. The real solution is what I call the Hutchings High Dam, which is up here. Is a nice little slot canyon just on the upstream end of it. That could store a significant amount of water. There's pros and cons with that. The main con being money. I don't have the money for it. But anyway, some of these smaller projects, you can see down here, this is our property that we're talking about today at Red Hawk. You see these dark blues, that's ponding depths, and then the light blues are also, this is all primary floodplain. And you can see here where it appears, I hate to admit this, but from this engineer's perspective, the development, the original engineer might have made some sort of miscalculation about the extent of the actual floodplain here. And I'm not about throwing rocks at certainly other engineers or previous staff. It's just, you know, things change, and it just looks like this area is actually in the floodplain, unfortunately. And it's identified in our plan to acquire it and, dig a flood control basin. So that's why we got here today. It's just a happenstance that the client or the owner had called me about grading in the floodplain. I've been working on the deal for about 6 months now. So instead of allowing him to grade in it, we started to negotiate, because it's part of the plan, to acquire it. So that's why we're here today. So just a quick background on the Pine Nut Creek is a really beautiful exhibit of the watershed in blue. So it's about 56 square miles, and if you've never been up into the upper reaches of the Pine Nuts, you should really get out there. It's pretty cool. The red area are, again, just kind of, you can see how tiny these basins look in comparison to the watershed, right? But these are kind of the project locations that have been identified in the plan. So for round numbers, the watershed generates about 5,000 CFS of flow. CFS stands for cubic feet per second. That's our flow rate. And for rough numbers, just off the top of my head, if you were here in 97, which I'm sure all of you were, and saw the 97 flood, that was exceeded 1% storm, or the 100-year storm, and that floated about close to 30,000 CFS. So it's a significant amount of flow. It's a pretty significant watershed. It also has the potential to generate about 6,000 acre feet. How much is 6,000 acre feet? It's a lot. So here's the problem. Oh, I got the fly-in slides. This is where it gets exciting, more exciting. So here is March of 2023. I personally took this photo, and you think, oh man, that's a lot of water. Well, you see there's a lot of space still in these box culverts. There's a lot more water that could flow there, and during the actual flood, the engineers predict the water to actually crest East Valley. So if you think that's a lot of water, it's really not. Here's a downstream look, standing on East Valley, looking essentially downstream on the Pine Nut Creek. The parcel we're talking about is essentially in here, and we could potentially own this really cool lake. Here, you were standing at I keep talking to myself in the third person. I'm standing at the end of Red Hawk looking north, and so East Valley's over here and Pine Nut Road's up here, and so this is what that storm did. It just creates a real problem, and just it confirms the house. That's a great place for a house, right? Lakefront. Here's another shot. It does confirm our current models, I think, are going to be pretty accurate. So our solution is for our T-shirt and bumper stickers are ponds, not pits. So we're going to dig some holes. This is a joke, Mr. Chairman. It's not really, I'm not going to use child labor to dig the holes, but we're going to use a lot of holes. We're going to need a lot of holes. Again, sorry, it's my nature to be a little jokester. This is serious. Now I'm being serious. So this is what the pond potentially could look like. So here's our 19-acre parcel. I'm kind of zoomed in on it. So again, the Pine Nut flows right here, east to west. And the pond here is, seems like a lot, 118 acre feet. But the storm's generating much more than that, and it's a depth of 15 feet. And that's from the feasibility study. So a couple questions I might try to answer before we get to the end of my presentation, which is really close, I promise you, is there precedent? Right, so here's Windhaven, and here's some ponds. It's a really cool subdivision. And here's the floodplain when it gets flooded. I'll just flip back and forth. So you can see where they're using the ponds now. A little bit different than the subdivision we're talking about, because this is an urban setting, then it's a little different than the rural setting, and that is true, but there is precedent that ponds are used for multiple purposes, both flood control and as an amenity. So they're not diametrically opposed to each other, in my opinion, but I'm just an engineer. Okay, so where's the sizzle, right? Everyone knows that engineering is it's an exciting field, and everyone's very, very sexy. Where's the sizzle? What do you mean by that? Is like, well, how many parcels are coming out if we do this project? Just as a reminder, the goal of the study was to actually try not to overwhelm the upper and lower Alderman. So they can take about 100 CFS, and when you compare 100 CFS, cubic feet per second, to about 5,000, it's a big reduction in flow. So to get a big reduction in flow, you need a lot of volume. And the honest answer is, at a 100-year storm, potentially is zero. But that's not what we're doing here today. As a reminder, we're working on a 5-year capital improvement project that has multiple ponds and potentially a dam, so if we were to be able to get the project constructed as the plan envisions, you could potentially take out about 400 parcels. The orange is had our GIS guys take a look at how many parcels are actually being touched by the primary floodplain. So that's the blue, and you can see the orange parcels. So even if you just have a sliver, you would go into the count. But here's Chichester Estates. There's a lot of parcels in there. A couple of their subdivisions where you can see some infrastructure as well that is impacted, including the existing part of Muller Road, Toller, some ag fields. Mr. Gerdige has some agricultural operations up in here that would also be protected. So again, the argument against the project, I suppose, could be it's like, you don't like it. It's just a drop in the bucket. What good is it going to do? Well, at a 100-year storm or the 1% storm, true, not a lot, but it's certainly going to help the some, and it's also going to help in the smaller nuisance storms that come down and just a quick cloudburst. It's not a rain on snow event, and that is a real problem. There's people on Dangberg 1 Reservoir that get a lot of flow, and that would help alleviate that. But this is just the start of the plan. So it's like getting in shape. You don't get in shape overnight. You got to work on it a little bit every day, every year, and then eventually you've got a solution. There was some concern about notice and process at the Planning Commission level and in public comment, and I try not to take that lightly. In my mind, everybody knows about it just because I've been looking at it for 6 months, but I guess that's not the case. So what have we done just to make sure people are noticed in what I think would be the right way? I had an on-site homeowners meeting, and I see some people from the subdivision that are out here. And by the way, just as an aside, it's in your packet. There is a letter signed by all 8 members of that subdivision approving the project. So everybody that actually lives there are in favor of it. And unless they've changed their mind, maybe they'll talk in public. A noticing radius did go out. Advertising in the paper did happen, and you can see I've posted the sign myself about the project on the site, and there it is, lot 1. So some of the questions had come up from members of the public about modification to the plan development. So the plan development it's getting outside the engineering lane. It's into the planning lane. We did talk about it internally, and I asked around, and from the staff perspective, and Tom will get up here and say otherwise if he disagrees, but we decided a modification to the PD was not required because of digging the pond. I certainly don't think it's required for acquiring the parcel. And it is the director's decision, and he decided it wasn't necessary. We did go through the findings, and I think they could be met if we had to do a modification to PD, if that is where your comfort level's at. So taking a look at the conservation easement, right, so Mr. Tarkanian, here we go. So here's our parcel in red. I've highlighted the conservation easement that exists. Ostensibly, it's supposed to go over the existing floodplain, but I know that not to be actually accurate. And so this is it in blue. And I draw your attention to the existing private drainage easement for exfiltration basin recorded for this map. This yellow area is where the original project planned to do a basin previously that's already inside the existing conservation easement. So what I'm saying is they certainly didn't plan to exclude creating a basin inside the conservation easement, and this is my evidence of it right here. It's this area that shows that it's overstriking itself, and at least that's my opinion. So there you go there. So what I'm sure I'm forgetting lots of things, and I'm sure I'll learn some things from public comment today. So what about what am I forgetting? What about the other people? So what do I mean by the other people? Everyone knows sheep camp folk, right? They've been pretty vocal. Don't get me laughing, Mr. Tarkanian. I'm trying to give a presentation here. Everyone's heard the sheep camp folk got hit pretty good in March by that storm, and they've been vocal about it, rightly so. You might have heard of the area down south at Topaz Ranch Estates that got hit pretty hard. I don't think anybody except me has heard from the Guillaumes or the Hendersons, and I've only heard from the Guillaumes contractor once. You're looking at their driveway. So this is upstream of Joe Lane on the Pine Nut Creek after the March flooding. The Henderson's driveway looks much the same. The only thing the contractor asked is, what permit do I need so these people can get back into their houses? You know, I'm not real emotional, but that's a tough deal it's a pretty cold thing to say it's their problem. They haven't been in their house, they accessed their house through the BLM on the back since March with, I don't know actually what their schedule is for construction. So, you know, you can talk about PDs, you can talk about open space. Mother Nature doesn't care about either of those things. I actually do. I care about open space and PDs, but when the flood happens, it does not care. It's going to go where the flood goes and cause damage. And so this project hopes to lessen that down a bit. So I'd like you to think about that when you're thinking about the item today. So cost of construction. So Mr. Kurt Walder has got good eyes, and buried in the report of the feasibility study is a cost of $7 million for the basin. So I know what everyone's thinking is, hey, Hutchins, you don't have the money. And, you know, maybe I don't, but there's a great book by Mark Twain about painting a picket fence. So I don't necessarily need $7 million or a shovel to dig a hole. I need somebody that needs fill. I might get the hole dug potentially for nothing. And what if it never gets dug? I mean, that's a valid question. So what? It never gets dug. We own the property. A house doesn't get built in the primary floodplain. And it's more conservation area and open space. It's a good deal. You might also ask is, hey, what about this stormwater master plan that Courtney's working on? Well, right, so ideally we'd have the master plan in place already, and we'd have one main focus of that master plan is to identify projects and rate them so we know which ones to go after first. But timing's everything. Right now we have a willing seller, we have the budget, and if we don't act now, potentially the deal could go through, or the deal doesn't go through, and someone just decides to come in and buy the house or buy the parcel and build a house there, and so we'll have lost that opportunity for good. So timing is the answer to that. It's just happened to be good timing to bring this project forward. I think it's past time. So circling back, here's the ask. We're just asking to go to the next step of the approved 5-year plan, in that we're at the acquisition. and design stage. We're not at the construction stage yet. When we get to that point, if we get to that point, I'd be back before you. Amending the conservation easement by expanding it and clarifying that the basin would still be all right within the terms of it. Lots of benefits, one less home in the floodplain and in the valley, if that's what you're about. Expansion of the conservation easement, reducing negative impacts from flooding to agricultural, residential, and also public infrastructure. And yeah, all those guys that actually live in that subdivision have signed that letter of approval and seemed excited when I met them and then when I talked to them. Let's see. So here's the recommended motion, and we can flip back to that if we need to read it, but I'm basically at the question Q&A stage to the best of my ability.
Commissioner Tarkanian, questions?
Okay, first of all, sounds like a great project, so when I ask these questions, don't take them negatively. But it's more than just picking out a project of the need of the project. So the first thing is I've met with some of the residents in another area that are concerned that this is going to be a precedent set on their project because you're changing the conservation easement, and they say, on theirs at least, you cannot dig dirt on that, and they're concerned that this will be a precedent that there won't be a hearing on it and so forth. Can you address that, please?
Right, and I know legal's behind me. It's more than happy to answer that as well. So the intent is not to set a precedent. In fact, that did come up, and I put in the staff report for the record and saying in here that each project exists on its own merits. You'd have to, each conservation easement's a little bit different. In our opinion, we're not setting a precedent for this. That's not our intent. The Grandview Basin, I guess we could call it for lack of a better term, is it's a huge basin. It's a great spot for it from an engineering perspective. At the flood awareness project we did on Tuesday, I think I spent about a half hour or maybe 40 minutes with what I believe was many of those residents, explaining to them that that cost is quite high as well. And the amount of volume coming out there is about, if my memory serves, 3.7 million yards. And for the record, that's a lot of material, and nobody needs that much material straight away. They need it over time. So I think what their real concern is, Mr. Tarkanian, is it becomes a gravel pit that's operated continually over many, many years. That's not the intent here. And getting back to your question, we don't intend to set precedent here.
Yeah, it's not just a gravel pit, it's also the depth of it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I will. Courtney Walker, for the record. I just wanted to add on to what Jeremy said, because what we identified in that initial feasibility study for the Buckeye Creek and the Grandview Basin, if you will, that may be a cost-prohibitive project based on the amount of benefits it provides. And so we're doing a secondary project to look at the feasibility of routing the Buckeye Creek, some of that water to the north, and see if that might be a more cost-effective solution to building a giant basin in that location. So we're evaluating other options in regards to that.
Yeah, so I guess the only concern they have is that there's going to be an actual hearing, and they're going to have an opportunity to present their reasons against it and so forth if something does move forward in the future. And from my understanding with what you're saying, there would be. Is that correct?
At the other basin?
Yes.
Yeah, they would, for sure.
Okay. So I guess Tom's got something.
Oh, sorry, Tom.
Tom Dallaire, Community Development Director, for the record. Also, what I didn't hear in the answer was that those other ponds are in an HOA, a functioning HOA. So the homeowners association has to vote. There has to be 75% of the homeowners that have to approve that if it was to move forward before it even comes to you as a modification to the plan development.
I'm not sure if all of the homeowners are in a homeowners association, at least the ones I've met with in different locations next to, adjacent to the pond.
Right,
so.
but the project itself is on HOA property that is managed, and it was part of the HOA that was established, whereas...
And it's listed as a conservation easement, so people who bought around it outside the HOA bought in reliance upon that, and that's their concern.
I understand that, sir, and it's not just the ones, but that's where the project lies, and the homeowners are going to have to vote on that in that subdivision if it was to move forward. And
Okay.
we have had talks with the HOA, but that's as far as it's gone. We haven't heard back from them and which direction they want to go and which direction we got to go. We don't have funding for it either, so we're still working through that.
Okay, I'm trying to, move this along from my chairman over here. So there's two other areas, and I'd just like you to address them. One of them that I received questions from a constituent was, why would you have to pick that location? Is it the county property that can be used, and/or is that property, which leads me to the third question, really the fair market value considering where it's located and what can be done with it?
Okay, so I'm hearing, hey, why that location? So the answer is twofold. One, it's in the feasibility study, it's identified there. And two, it's available, it just happened to come in, in a sense, fell into my lap.
Humor me and tell me, there isn't other county property that they wouldn't have to buy, that you wouldn't have to buy, that's in the feasibility study that could handle this?
Yeah, so the answer is it's a mix. There are county properties that we already have upstream of here, and there are other properties that are privately held that we've actually had pre-application meetings on, like the Bentley pieces, that we'll have a chance to impose conditions on. But there are also other properties that are privately held that we would, one developer bought with the intention of doing something similar to this. You'd have to go through a public process like Tom's talking about because there's an HOA. And so it's a real mix of sites.
So you're using some of the county-owned properties for some of these ponds that you showed the pictures of?
That is the plan, right. So I can flip back.
No, that's okay. So some of them are being used, and then you need to buy some privately owned, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can move from that one. So then the next one, one of the guys that had emailed me said there's property right nearby on Golden Eagle that was $279,000 compared to paying $427 for this. I read over extensively the appraisal, and I have a couple questions on that. But I don't know where that property on Golden Eagle is. Maybe it's not in the area that is required, and that would be an easy answer.
I don't know where Golden Eagle is.
Okay. But so the county took a look, and they're looking for the best price along with it. And so this gets to the appraisal. Let's say we've come to the fact this is the best location for the project. It's a project that needs to be done. You're paying $23,000 an acre for, and of that $23,000 an acre, 10 acres, no, nine acres you basically can't build on. So there's 10 acres, and that would move it up to almost $43,000. You look at the appraisals on some of the other properties. Some of them that they used were at the $21,000 range. There was one that was, I thought, more comparable at the $13,000 range. I guess the point I'm trying to make without prolonging this too much is, can you explain quickly the process the county does to make sure we're getting the best price we can?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't seem like a homeowner is going to want to build. Who wants to pay $427,000 for a home in a floodplain that's going to get incredibly high? I know you're going to say there's some, but then they're going to have this incredibly high flood insurance. They're probably going to have damage to the home down the line. It seems like a lot of money.
Agreed. I mean, I agree with you, Mr. Tarkanian. So we are obligated to pay the appraised value of the lot. So we went out and had an appraisal done. The owner actually went out and had a second appraisal done, and it appraised at $450,000 and said, do you still want to do a deal? And I said, no, because I don't want to pay that. You know, you got to negotiate, right? So we kept it at the appraised value plus half the
Okay,
closing
but I looked
costs.
at the appraisals, and they looked. There's a couple of them that were at the 43,000 acre, and those weren't even comparable. There was two of them to 21,000, which is what they used.
Yeah.
But there were some extenuating circumstances with those, like they were further off the street. They were there were some things that they mentioned in the appraisal. The one that looked the closest was a $13,000 or $14,000 one.
Yeah, I didn't debate with our appraiser since we hired him. I just
Nor do I think you can.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Does that
Anyways,
answer your
I had to
question?
do my due diligence because these
Sure.
are questions that were asked. Thank
They're
you.
good questions, Mr. Tarkanian.
Is that quick?
Tom, well, go ahead.
Yes, and item 4 in the description, approving a modification and expansion of existing conservation drainage, existing conservation easement that currently covers a portion of the property. How big is that portion?
About 9 acres, just under.
So it's about
The total parcel size is
Almost half of
19
the-
acres.
almost half.
Yeah, we'll be doubling the size of the conservation easement. That'll help Courtney's rating since she was just slacking off and not increasing her. Sorry, strike that from the record. Can we do that here?
No.
We're going to have you come before us a little bit more often just to get some humor in here.
I'll turn off my mic now.
Yes. Ms. Davidson wishes to add something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. Commissioner Tarkanian, thank you for your questions, and thank you to those individuals who brought forward questions regarding the appraisal. I just wanted to add some additional transparency around how Douglas County makes a decision as to whom we use for appraisal services. There is an approved list of appraisers that Douglas County has to go to. These individuals have been approved, I believe, by the state. Correct me if I'm wrong. They have special training and qualifications to do this type of work related to the government purchase or sale of property. And it is our procedure to go to the next in line from that list. So please note that Mr. Hutchins did not randomly pick an appraiser out of a plethora of people in this valley. It is specifically qualified individuals who do this work, and we
Sure,
rely
because
on
this
it.
is Hutchins' house, right?
All right. Thank you for that opportunity to clarify.
Oh, and I would point out, for the record, if I could just interject one thing I forgot to include, because I want to keep my presentation short. One of the members of the public said, hey, what's the impact to the value of adjacent homes? We went back out. We did use the same appraiser because we thought he did the appraisal and had an estimate done, hey, what if we dug a hole here, what would be the impact? And it found either it was zero or very, very little, less than a 2% impact, negative impact. So he said zero, and that is in your packet for the adjacent homeowners.
Commissioner Nossad. Commissioner Rice.
Don't confuse me. I'm confused enough. One of the things that I wanted to point out, my wife and I just came back from a trip to Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, in the what they call the Green Belt, they have a whole series of retention basins, and they're all interconnected. And when there is a serious storm, there is no flooding that I'm aware of because of all these retention basins that are, number one, keeping everything green, and number two, keeping the floodwaters away from the residents. And I think this is something that has been needed in this county for a very long time, and I'm so glad to see you bring it forward. Thank you.
Mr. Dallaire, you had something to add?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Gardner. Tom Dallaire for the record. The Golden Court looks like it's up off of, in Sterling Ranch, and Sterling Ranch is quite elevated in nature above the basin, or where the water actually flows in the Pine Nut. This particular parcel was allowed to be created based on an engineering study on the floodplain at the time, and the conservation easement is over the top of that actual floodplain. And then in our models that we have now in our feasibility study, that is showing that there are multiple properties in that development that are still within the floodplain. And our intent is to reduce that so that those all the properties that are uphill of this parcel will no longer be in the floodplain, but we still have to do another evaluation on that creek in order to model that and map it and get that map revised. It's going to be several years down the road before that can happen, and we can pay for that. But I just want to make sure that everybody understands that floodplain was the conservation easement area on that property. And so with our new information on the feasibility study, that floodplain has expanded. It didn't fall in line with that original report when this was developed on this subdivision, and it actually extends through Lot 2. I think it even goes into Lot 3, 7, and 8. And so having a basin in that location on this piece of property will ultimately remove those other parcels from the floodplain. So, but and then the Golden Court is uphill of the actual Pine Nut wash.
Yeah. Anyways, I had just a couple of comments before we go to public comment on this. Number one, I am astounded that, once again, and I said this earlier, I'm astounded that we haven't done, anything regarding flood mitigation and understanding that for as long as we have. So I'm happy that we're finally starting to address those issues within our county. Also, for those individuals who are concerned about setting a precedent, I do not judge this as setting a precedent, and I can assure the public that I try to approach each individual item as it comes before us on a board agenda on an individual basis and judge it on its merits. And so I'm not going to. I want to make sure that the public understands that if and when anything else comes before us, we'll judge that on its own merits, not based on what we have done, whether or not we've done it here. And what we're doing right now is looking at the purchase of property for a potential flood retention basin, and whether or not we ever acquire the funds to do that, whether that be through other individuals or ourselves, is still questionable. But I see, the thing that happens to us in the county more often, and it certainly was evident in this last storm that we had last March, was that without these types of things, we incur significant damage to our other infrastructure, our roads, and our roads are extremely more expensive to build mile per mile than acquiring this type of thing for potential flood mitigation. So I think this is probably a good thing. The question that I have had members of the public ask me and concerned about, Mr. Hutchins, is should we buy this, and should a storm drainage area ever get built in that? They have expressed concerns about the natural vegetation that we would be taking out and whether or not the piece of property would look like it almost was before we did that. And so I'm hoping that we have plans to do that, to make sure that the natural vegetation that would normally occur in that area would be returned to that area should an individual or ourselves dredge it out. So have you put any thought into that?
Yeah, the intent, that we're not to that quite level of design yet, Mr. Chairman, but yeah, that would be the intent. We wouldn't just leave it bare. There's a lot of reasons not to leave it bare. Dust blowing is the major concern. Then we would try to revegetate with a native seed mix. There's AJ.
AJ Haynes from the DA's office for the record. Also, the proposed amended conservation easement requires that the area be developed consistent with the terms of the conservation easement and also with the open space requirements of our code. So ultimately, whatever does get designed there would have to conform to the requirements of that conservation easement. So it would need to have a natural appearance, and it also would need to be open space.
Thank you. Very good. Okay. If there's, Commissioner Hales?
I just want to note briefly that I also see this as factually different than the situation of Grandview, the Grandview Basin. I see this as apples and oranges, and I think every single situation that comes to us we'll look at as its own fact scenario. A couple reasons I think they're different is that one, Grandview requires an HOA vote. The size of the hole, vastly different. The cost to create it, vastly different. And I think there's a lot of things, but the only other one I'll mention is I haven't heard objections. Me personally, I haven't heard objections specific to this project, the actual project. I've heard process concerns. I've heard the possibility of precedent being a concern, but nobody seems to be unhappy with the actual project here. So you weigh that, and on the other hand, working towards taking 414 parcels out of the floodplain, and this being an integral part of stormwater management that we have desperately needed for many years, this is cause to celebrate.
With that, I think we can go to public comment. Okay. So is there any public comment here in chambers regarding item number 6?
Jason Gibson, House of Gibson. A few thoughts here. I think Jeremy mentioned that the folks who were flooded out have been flooded out since March. For the last, it's 8 months. So they haven't had access to the home in 8 months. Just like with those other folks who got flooded out. I think there was, 15 to 20, maybe 30 homeowners here trying to get the county to buck up to 10 grand or 20 grand to redirect the water. Where are the American Rescue Plan Act funds? The $8 million that you maladministrated belongs to the American Rescue Plan Act people. We have no plan. We're behind in our strategic planning process. I didn't get a tax break when COVID lifted. I know everybody got raises. I know the county fleeced the budgets of organizations who couldn't provide services. So they get a 2-year vacation and they get all their money reimbursed. I don't know what kind of scheme, I don't know any kind of business scheme like that pays so well. And to this day, a vast majority of public servants don't even go to work on Mondays and Fridays. They're being paid full-time wage, working part-time from home, which is fine by me. But maybe we ought to look into this scheme a little bit closer and see why we need so many full-time public servants. Maybe we could do more with part-time
Point
public
of order,
servants.
does this have anything to do with Red Hawk?
Well, it has everything to do with
Oh, wait, point of
another.
order.
Okay,
Point
so,
of order means the chair gets to rule on this before you keep talking.
Okay.
We're down to 1 minute, so I'm gonna let him go.
Okay, so the point before that, point 4, mentioned, well, there was an emphasis on slowing the growth. This isn't slowing the growth. I mean, it looks like a great project. I mean, personally, I'd like to see ponds and watershed like that used to divert towards agriculture and the localization of agriculture, but that's not the focus of Douglas County. It's commercialization. On top of commercialization. So anyhow, that's it for now.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Mimi Moss, Minden resident. I might need 30 seconds additional, if that's possible, just to get through my comments.
I'm sorry, I've asked everybody to keep it to 3 minutes.
Okay.
Ms. Moss, if I allow one, I've got to allow them all.
That's
Sorry.
fine. Very good. I have provided comments that are in your packet and also supplemental comments that have been handed out to you dated November 15th, yesterday's date at page 123, if you need to refer to them. First, I'd like to state that I'm not opposed to the construction of a flood control basin to benefit the residents of the county, nor am I opposed to amending a conservation easement when it's justified and circumstances have changed. But what I am opposed to is staff not bringing forward a revision to the plan development prior to considering amendment to the conservation easement, because clearly the development of a flood control basin is not consistent with your original use of the conservation area approved under the PD. Let me explain. The original PD set aside, if you can put that map up, Jeremy, the conservation easement, the original PD set aside, deed restricted a part of Lot 1, that is the 9-acre, 100-year floodplain for open space and conservation use, and prohibited development within that area. The 9 acres is part of the 18-acre parcel that you're considering on purchasing today. The limitations required that the planned development leave the 9 acres in its existing natural state. That means no construction, no development, no change allowed in that portion of Lot 1 under the existing plan development today. Staff is proposing amendment to the conservation easement, removing, quote, development as a prohibited use, essentially allowing for mass grading and construction of the flood control basin within the majority of the 18-acre site, and more specifically within the 8-acre conservation area. So comparing the two uses, existing natural on the 9 acres or development of a floodplain, or a change, you could argue, it's a change from a single-family use to a public facility use. Either of those changes requires a revision to the plan development. In addition, you should know that the plan development sets the limitations and standards for the language in the deed restriction, conservation easement to ensure the land is protected. The PD dictates the language. But in this case, staff's proposed amended conservation easement language tries to dictate or circumvent the standards of the conditions of approval in the PD by now allowing development in the primary flood zone, even though the notes on the final recorded map say development in the floodplain is prohibited and only private draining easements are allowed. If the board directs staff to bring forward with a revised PD, as Tom mentioned, for Grandview Estates, a revised PD would be done for Grandview Estates. Why not a revised PD for this project first before you amend the conservation easement? That's a simple request. That's due process. Be open and transparent to the public, please.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Jim Slade. There are many problems with this proposal, the most important being that there's an existing open space easement that obligates the county to, quote, protect and preserve in perpetuity the scenic and open views of the property to preserve the existing natural condition, including without limitation the existing flora and fauna. The county has signed on to abide by that agreement. What is it about in perpetuity that you don't understand? Staff's claim that the open space will double with this project is disingenuous and absurd since you plan to violate the open space standards. It would be great if you could prevent all flooding, but you can't defeat Mother Nature. And importantly, Douglas County can't afford to try. The proposed Pine Nut Creek Basin Flood Control Project, just for Pine Creek, according to the figures from Kimley Horn and Napaca, would cost about $90 million and would end up undoubtedly being over $100 million, money that the county can't afford. The county could purchase every home of the residents who have asked for this proposal, create a beautiful park there, pay for the entire JLEC, and have money left over. Unless you're willing to commit that $100 million in total, you shouldn't start down this path. When people build in the floodplain, they accept that risk and are required to purchase flood insurance. The appraisal states that there's a 1% risk of flooding, the proverbial 100-year flood. Might be this year, might be next century. When people or developers build in a floodplain, it is caveat emptor, buyer beware. I have a novel idea. Don't build in the floodplain. Yet the county seeks to violate their sworn agreement to protect open space and to burden county taxpayers with the enormous cost of attempting to control flooding to protect a few houses in the floodplain. That would be to the benefit of the few and to the detriment of the public as a whole. Are you really willing to abandon your principles, the clearly defined principles of open space, and your goal of fiscal responsibility? I hope not. The proposed amendment to the grant conservation easement would violate the letter and intent of the agreement that the county previously signed and on which the public has relied. It would allow development where it is currently prohibited. It would abandon the promise to protect and preserve the existing natural condition. I understand why Red Hawk wants to sell this property. They will benefit from the sale that theoretically can't be developed and obtain rights to 10,000 cubic yards of fill as a further benefit. I understand why all 8 Spring Creek resident homeowners want this. They want the county to pay for the mitigation of the flood risk that they understood and accepted when they bought the property. I certainly feel sorry for anyone that has flooding on their property, but it's not the county's obligation, nor can the county afford, to prevent all flooding. And violating the letter and intent of the open space agreement is completely unacceptable. You should deny this request.
Additional public comment?
Good afternoon, Commissioners and staff. Steve Hall, D-Bar Ranch Court in the Spring Creek subdivision. In January 22, we purchased land in that subdivision. In November of 22, we broke ground. Shortly after that, our project was halted due to the inclement weather. On New Year's Eve of 23, our contractor sent us a video of what was going on Pine Nut Creek. So we took a ride down and see our property. I was amazed at the amount of inflow and the amount of chaotic dispersion outflow that was happening on Pine Nut, and the inundation to our neighboring properties as well as our property. When we were approached by the county and asked about this project, we knew that something had to be done. And we had some concerns early on, and I think they've been addressed here, and you've heard them from others. The first was, how would this project impact not only our neighborhood, but our neighbors in general? We were given the answer that this project, as well as subsequent projects, could reduce the the inundation of floodwaters coming into the area. We felt that was a very reasonable answer. The second and more concerning question that we had was, what would happen to the existing conservation easement? Would it be abandoned? We were told it would not only not be abandoned, but it would be expanded upon, which is also a benefit to the community and to our environment. Now, I'm not an engineer or a planner or a developer. I'll leave that to the experts. I've been in the fire service 29 years, the last 10 as an executive level. And I've had the opportunity to make decisions, popular and unpopular, regarding our communities and our environment. So I understand the magnitude of approving a project such as this, but it will in fact help mitigate future events like we saw in early 2023 for not just the Spring Creek subdivision, but for our neighbors as well. So with that, I'd like to thank staff for their diligence in bringing this project forward and identifying the needs of enhancing our floodwater management program, and also for you for continued support on protecting our community and our environment. And my family stands in solidarity with the Spring Creek subdivision residents in approving this plan moving forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Jim Jackson. I have one question. I was listening to this whole thing, and it doesn't affect where I live, but we're talking about an area that you can't develop. You can't do anything to. It's got to stay in its natural state. But then you're talking about expanding that and putting in a catch basin. How do you keep it in its natural state and dig a catch basin? Those two things don't go together as far as I understand. So are you setting yourself up for some real trouble down the line when you've gone in there and you're in an area that you're not supposed to change and you've destroyed the whole area to put in a catch basin? Catch basin is necessary, I understand that part, but you've got two conflicting things going on. How do you resolve that? I don't know, but it's just a question.
Okay, additional public comment? Doesn't appear we have additional public comment, so we'll bring it back to the board. Commissioner Tarkanian.
Can staff address Mimi Rogers' statement, because it sounded sure persuasive to me and similar to what I had heard from some of the other residents? Mimi Rogers, I'm sorry, Mimi Ross. I am sorry.
AJ Hames from the Douglas County DA's office. I think I can address the concerns that were raised during public comment. First, with regard to the plan development, so generally speaking, a plan development requires open space, and there's certain exceptions to that, but generally speaking, open space is required. In this particular circumstance, that objective or that requirement was achieved by means of a conservation easement. And so what's being proposed here is just an expansion and amendment to that conservation easement. So there really isn't any inconsistency with the planned development. You'll still have open space. In fact, you'll have more of it, and you'll still have it by means of a conservation easement. So there isn't really a basis or a justification. There's no need to modify the PD on that grounds.
I guess my question would be is, if you're going to allow somebody to come in there and dig gravel to sell to another company, you're going to have gravel trucks in there digging it out and doing all that. Wouldn't that violate the conservation easement and the PD?
In this particular case, and again, this is always judged on a case-by-case basis, but the time to build is consistent with any type of construction. Typically, when you have a planned development, it calls for improvements of a park-like nature, and so you would obviously have to go in and build the park. I don't think anyone would argue that having that truck in there to build a park would be inconsistent with having open space, and so this is kind of a similar concept. Now, certainly there could be a situation like we talked about before where if it took years and years to build the park, or in this case, a flood control basin, then I think you certainly might run into a good argument there that would be a violation, right? You've got years of construction going on, but that's not what's happening here.
All right, so, I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse. It'll be my last question to you is, I can see a difference between some trucks going in and laying some grass for a park and planting some trees and having major trucks in there pulling out gravel over a certain period of time. So I'm not totally persuaded with that. But I guess my question is, if there is this issue, and it's a technical issue, because I think the board feels, I certainly believe that the county needs to do something to protect the citizens from these flood problems that are happening, and we need to invest money into that to do it. And even if we can't invest all of it, we certainly need to start. So I'm not against the project, I'm for the project, but there seems to be whether this falls within the requirements of the revising the plan development, why wouldn't you guys just go back and do it? Revise the plan development and get it done and have everybody happy?
Well, currently the plan development states that you have to have open space, and it's by means of this conservation easement. And at the end of this project, there will be open space by means of the conservation easement. So if we did amend the PD, I'm not even sure what we would amend.
This is way over my head. I'd love to hear Mimi again, but I don't think we can go back and do that. And I know my chairman needs to go, but that's my questions. Just, okay.
Any other questions, commissioners?
Just one last note. Again, this AJ Hames from the record, or for the record. There always has been as well a private drainage easement within that conservation area. And so the use that would normally be approved through the drainage easement there, which is highlighted in green, I mean, it is consistent with that use. And so it's not like the conservation easement was never contemplated to be used for drainage purposes. I mean, there is specifically a section of it that's been designated for that. And in fact, the whole reason the conservation easement exists in its form is because at the time, that was what they had identified as the floodplain. I think there was some discussion as well about what's changed and what would be the justification to amend this conservation easement. And I think that was talked about during the presentation is recent studies and experience of residents has shown that in fact the floodplain has not stayed up in that northern part of Lot 1. It has sort of shifted. In fact, the worst part now of the floodplain has shifted south in Lot 1 and also now covers, I think, a portion of 8 and possibly 7 and 2 as well. And so part of the reason why we want to amend the conservation easement is to allow for the preservation of that area. If you were to just leave it alone, what we've seen is that it's been degraded. It's not in the state that it was when the conservation easement was first put into place. It's been essentially changed by nature. And so by sort of harnessing nature and designing an area for that floodwater to go, you're able to create an area that is more consistent across time, that doesn't change with every storm, and that it is also a benefit to the community.
So, I mean, I think we all agree that this flood mitigation is a necessary component of our county, and it's disappointing that it's taken us this long to actually start doing something about it. My main concerns were notification of the residents, and we haven't. That occurred, and we didn't get any pushback from any of the residents. As a matter of fact, quite to the contrary, we got them to, they were buying in on this, and as evidenced by public comment today. And then the second thing was whether or not it would look natural. Is it appropriate? And is it going to be an eyesore? And I don't see that at all, as long as we have the assurances that the natural vegetation will be re-entered. So those are my only reservations, and so I don't have a problem with this whatsoever. And the money is budgeted in our flood department, right, or stormwater division. So I believe so it's okay. Mr. Diller, did you have anything else you wanted to share before we go to a vote by the board?
Yeah, I would like to try and answer a little bit more detail for Mr. Tarkanian and his question. Title 20, 676-100, part of the PD revision procedure. The last sentence in that section says, "As changes in an approved document plan which do not involve changes in land use, exception, or intensification of development, or changes in the standards of development, may be approved by the director if the changes are consistent with the purposes, character, and conditions of the development plan." And it was our determination that we believe that this is consistent in the nature and character of the plan. It's a lot larger than what was originally proposed. If we don't purchase the property today, they can still build outside of the easement on Lot 1 within the floodplain, and they could put a house there and have lakefront property sometime in the future. But it is doable. You could put a house on this property and build per the floodplain ordinance and in accordance with those regulations. So I just want to make sure that goes on the record. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, commissioners? Entertain a motion.
Do we need to do all these separately?
I think you could, if you wanted to shorten it up, just say the purchase of in the APN number and with all the conditions as illustrated.
Okay.
Is that?
Legal counsel's suggesting we don't have to do all four separately. So I'll just say, I move approval to purchase 1766 Red Hawk Lane, Lot 1 of the Spring Creek subdivision as presented.
A motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve the purchase of 1766 Red Hawk Lane, Lot 1 of the Spring Creek subdivision in Gardnerville, Nevada, APN 1220-02-001-01031 as presented. So, any other discussion? Sensing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Is that correct? No. Oh, you said no. Okay. So we have 4-1 vote. Thank you. Okay. Did you get that, Ms. Tanya? Yeah. Okay. Okay. We need to take a break.
Chairman, just to be clear, Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. To be clear, there are other items on there besides just the purchase. There's the modification of the conservation easement, an authorization for the county manager to sign the First Amendment to the grant of conservation easement, as well as authorizing the county manager to enter a separate contract for consulting engineering services.
Well,
Yeah.
Ms. Hales, Commissioner Hales said as presented. Didn't that cover all four of them?
I'll add some more if you want.
It would be good for the record
Okay.
if you referenced. I thought you meant have a separate vote for each one, but
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
I move that we approve the vacant land offer and acceptance agreement, that we authorize the county manager to sign closing documents, authorize the county manager to sign a separate contract with a consulting engineer, and approve the modification and expansion of the existing conservation easement as presented.
You going to second that again?
I will second. Does that cover all the bases?
Okay.
Okay.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Rice. And I won't repeat that because I don't know what, but you got that, right? Okay. Any other questions? Okay. All those in favor of that signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay. Motion passes 4-1. We're going to take a 10-minute break to 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, we're going to get started again. It's 1 o'clock. So if everybody could resume their seats, it would be appreciated. We'll go ahead and read item number 7 into the record as Ms. Hales comes back. Item number 7, please, public, members of the public, please take your seats. Hello? I don't like using the gavel, but otherwise anyways. Okay, item number 7, for possible action, discussion to confirm the appointment of future Chief Financial Officer Kathy Lewis as comptroller, and auditor for Douglas County. The Chief Financial Officer for Douglas County serves as the county's auditor and comptroller pursuant to Chapter 251 of the Nevada Revised Statutes, NRS. Being presented by our Human Resources Director, Wendy Lang.
Thank you very much, Chairman, members of the Commission. Wendy Lang for the record. Following the resignation of our current Chief Financial Officer and a competitive recruitment to find a qualified candidate to fill the position, the County Manager, Jennifer Davidson, has selected Ms. Kathy Lewis to fill this role. This item before you today seeks the confirmation of the appointment as Ms. Lewis in her new role as County Comptroller and Auditor, consistent with Nevada Revised Statutes. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. And I'm pleased to see Ms. Lewis with us today. Wave, say hello, everybody. Okay. Commissioners, any questions, comments? Okay. Well, as I indicated at our community service, community recognition awards, we're pleased to welcome you back to directly report into the county. You've been in the county, you haven't left, but I mean, working for the county again. So anyways, and this is for possible action, so we will go to public comment. Is there any public comment or anything you wish to share? Okay, Ms. Willoughby, and then our retiring.
I am. Terry Willoughby, current Chief Financial Officer for the record. I just want to say I'm very happy and pleased with Ms. Lewis. We've been working together. We had some lunches and had some good discussions, and I'm looking forward to a smooth transition, and I really support this appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis, I should have said before we go to public comment, do you have anything that you wish to share with us, or? No, because I think is that public, you have public comment, but we should have allowed Ms. Lewis to say something before we went to public comment. So I'm retracting here a little bit, if you don't mind.
Thank you. I'm Kathy Lewis for the record. I will say my 3 years at East Fork Fire, I'm very honored and to serve them. Had a great time there. At the same token, I'm very honored to come back as a CFO. I think it's a great, it was very humbling to be offered the position, and I look forward to be the CFO of the county.
Thank you. Do the commissioners have any questions of Ms. Lewis? Or observations or comments?
I have no questions. I am glad to say welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Well-deserved promotion.
Ms. Hales, we're introducing Ms. Lewis as our CFO. And did you have anything you wish to add?
In fact, I do. I noticed in your application that you referenced looking forward to working on the strategic plan. And I'm really delighted that that was an important thing for you to mention.
Thank you. I agree. I think that's what we need to guide our futures. I agree.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate your attendance. And we'll go to public comment. We'll go back to public comment now.
I can never pass up an opportunity to speak. So I just wanted to say I've known Kathy Lewis for, at least 15 years. We raised our adult children together. So it was more of a personal capacity. And having stepped into her role as clerk treasurer, I am very excited to have her back in the county, for me to be able to have complete access to her. And she's been great the last 3 years while I've been in this role, answering questions that I have had, but I'm very excited to work with her because the treasurer's office and finance work closely together. So I'm very happy with the selection that the county manager has made, and I'm just hoping that you guys are as pleased as I am. So thank you.
James McCallum for the record. When I saw this position was going to be open, as any citizen would be, I had concerns how it would be filled. And I'm thrilled to see how it's being filled. I love this lady. She was great as clerk treasurer. She's always been cooperative with the citizens. This is a great choice. Congratulations on a great choice. Thank you.
Jim Slade. First, I want to thank Terry Willoughby for her service. She became CFO at a very difficult time for Douglas County, especially financially. The county was reeling from the financial crisis of Tiregate, and she righted the ship, added procedures and transparency to ensure our financial stability and integrity, and we owe her our thanks for that. But I too welcome back Kathy Lewis. I think she did an outstanding job here as clerk treasurer, and I'm sure she'll do one equally as well as CFO, so welcome back. We missed you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board, and I think it's worth saying, and I hope the other board members agree, that we all do appreciate what Ms. Willoughby has done for us in the county. So, and I know that we'll have an opportunity perhaps next month to recognize that effort in a little bit more formal manner. So once again, thank you, and thank you, Kathy, for stepping up to the plate here. So with that, I'll entertain if any of the commissioners have any other comments, questions. Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move we confirm the appointment of Kathy Lewis as the comptroller and county auditor for Douglas County effective January 8th, 2024.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to confirm the appointment of future Chief Financial Officer Kathy Lewis as comptroller and auditor for Douglas County, in accordance with Chapter 251 of Nevada Revised Statutes. Since no further questions, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Don't go anywhere, Ms. Lang. You're up for the next 3 items, right? Okay. So we'll go into item number 8. This is also for possible action. So once again, we'll have open for public comment at the end of questions by the commissioners. Discussion on the 9th Memorandum of Understanding with the Douglas County Employees Association, DCEA, amending Articles 9 and 11 of the current labor agreement to 1, revise the structure of county contributions to medical insurance premiums from flat dollar amounts to a percentage of the total premium, and 2, remove the use of compensatory time off from the definition of hours worked for purposes of calculating overtime compensation. Ms. Lang.
Thank you very much, Chairman, members of the Commission. Wendy Lang, Human Resources, for the record. The current contract with the Douglas County Employees Association is set to expire at the end of this fiscal year, June 30th, 2024. However, health insurance runs on a calendar year cycle. So the county and DCA have negotiated terms as presented here today to address in a timely manner and to meet the needs of both organizations. And so we are bringing those forward today in advance of negotiating the remainder of the terms of that contract. And I'm available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions, commissioners?
Nope.
Okay. I don't have any questions either, so we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment on item number 8 regarding a ninth memorandum of understanding? Well, some of these words are just tough. Ninth memorandum of understanding. Public comment? Sensing no public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. And if no further comments, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the ninth memorandum of understanding with DCEA to revise the structure of medical insurance premium contributions and remove the use of compensatory time off from the definition of hours worked as presented.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the ninth memorandum of understanding with the DCEA, Douglas County Employees Association, amending Articles 9 and 11 of the current labor agreement to 1, revise the structure of county contributions to medical insurance premiums from flat dollar amounts to the percentage of total premium, and 2, remove the use of compensatory time off from the definition of hours worked for purposes of calculating overtime compensation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed? I think it was 5-0, so, okay, 5-0. Thank you. And we'll go to item number 9 for possible action, discussion on Resolution 2023-R-110 to revise the structure of county contributions to medical insurance premiums from flat dollar amounts to a percentage of the total premium for employees not represented by the collective bargaining unit. Ms. Lang.
Thank you very much, Chairman, members of the Commission. Wendy Lang for the record. The item that was approved just a moment ago addresses the members of the Douglas County Employees Association. This past year, you've also approved similar language in labor contracts with the Douglas County Sheriff's Protective Association. This resolution would address the remainder of county employees who are not covered by either of those labor agreements, but do have the same health insurance plan. And this resolution is to provide the same contribution structure for consistency, as well as standardizing future increases. And this will help the county to provide a competitive health benefit package which attracts and retains qualified employees. So I'm happy to answer any questions about this item as well.
Questions, commissioners? My only question is, how many employees are we actually covering here? Do you have the number for us?
With this particular resolution?
Yes, right. How many do we have? How many members do we have that are not under any one of the?
Of the two bargaining units, I would say there's about 250 or 300 off the top of my head.
Okay. Sensing no further questions, this is for possible action, so entertain public comment on item number 9. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board, and I'll entertain a motion if there's no further questions.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve Resolution 2023-R-110, revising the structure of medical insurance premium contributions as presented.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve Resolution 2023-R-110 to revise the structure of county contributions to medical insurance premiums from flat dollar amounts to a percentage of the total premium for employees not represented by a collective bargaining unit. Since no further questions, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We'll now go to item number 10. This is for presentation only. This is an ordinance, and therefore it requires 2 readings. And it'll, come back to us December 21st. Is that the time frame?
One of the meetings in December, yes.
Yeah, okay. So for presentation only, introduction of ordinance 2023-1626, deleting compensatory time off from the definition of hours worked in Douglas County Code Chapter 2.02, County Personnel Regulations, Section 2.02.030, definitions. Ms. Lang.
Thank you very much, Chairman, members of the Commission. Wendy Lang for the record. This item is before you similar to the previous item to ensure consistency of personnel practices among the collective bargaining units and the employees that are not represented. And so we're bringing this practice to those non-represented employees, which has been adopted for all collective bargaining units. Thank you.
Okay, this is presentation only, so no public comment. However, the commissioners, any questions, concerns? Nope. Nope. I guess that completes that item.
Thank you very much. I know this item was not on health insurance, but for the employees that are watching, including you folks, please make sure that you complete your open enrollment. It begins tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the next item is item number 11. This is for possible action, so we will have public comments after the reading of this. For possible action, discussion to provide direction to the county manager concerning a request by 380 residents of Topaz Ranch Estates General Improvement District, in quotes, the district, for the Board of County Commissioners to take corrective action pursuant to NRS 318.515, being presented by our county manager, Ms. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. This item appears on your agenda as it states in the agenda item itself. The county manager's office received a petition containing 380 signatures from residents of the district. Those signatures were reviewed and verified by the clerk's treasurer's office, and 325 of those individuals those signatures were deemed to have been valid and are from registered voters of the district. This agenda item appears before you to begin the process to see what the board would like to do next. It's important for members of the public to understand that the board is not taking corrective action today. You're merely starting a process or discussing the potential to start a process to take corrective action, and to provide direction to staff as to whether or not you would like us to bring back an ordinance to do so, and to schedule a date and time certain for us to have a public hearing to discuss whether or not a corrective action is appropriate by this board at that time. I would recommend that we schedule the public hearing because of the timing of the holidays, and in order to provide the district with sufficient notice to be prepared for this discussion. I'd recommend that we start that discussion and bring that back after the first of the year. There were some additional supplemental materials provided by district board members, which were included as part of your supplemental packet today. Staff has not had the opportunity to review all of that information. I would like to discuss it further. And also, I think it's important for us to consider all of this information prior to taking any action. And so us waiting to schedule that public hearing until after the first of the year would allow for that time to occur. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know there are members of the district in attendance today, and some of them are board members, and I'm sure they would appreciate the opportunity to speak to you regarding this item in public comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just get a clarification. So we're not voting today whether or not to take the action, just whether we want to have a public discussion on it.
Correct. So again, as I mentioned, and Mr. Ritchie, feel free to jump in, there are multiple steps that have to occur in this process. It is a process established in NRS. It requires a public hearing and would have to be accomplished also through an ordinance that requires at least 2 readings. Mr. Ritchie, do you have anything to add?
I do, if I may, Chair. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Probably the most important thing you will need to do is provide direction to staff to send out a mailed notice to every property owner and registered voter within the district regarding the hearing date. So you need to determine what date that hearing would occur so that the proper notice can be sent to all of the people who need to receive it. Obviously, at that point, at the hearing, you could determine what action to take under NRS 318.515. And
Mr. Chairman, if I may also jump in to add, Prior to this item being discussed today, county staff have not heard direction from the board as to whether or not it's appropriate for staff to dig into this matter and to really take a closer look and to utilize county resources to do that. So we will take your discussion and your consensus today as possible direction to staff to investigate the appropriateness of this action and to bring back any recommendations we have. We have not invested county resources into looking into this matter as of yet.
Commissioners, questions of Ms. Davidson? Concerns? Mr. Rice?
I'm generally not in the business of absorbing GIDs or homeowners organizations or anything else, but I have received several emails, some of which were disturbing, regarding what's going on in TRE. Some of them are accusatory for some of their trustees. Others are lauding some of the trustees. I think that we need to take a deep dive into this before we make any decision on what direction we want to go. Well, I'm very much in favor of the discussion and having the county take a look at what is factual and what is not.
Commissioner Hales, anything you wish to add?
Well said.
So I would say that my general political philosophy is that government that's closest to the people is the best government, and this varies from that. But at the same point in time, when this came before us a couple months ago, we had several actions that were available to us based on a vote of their Board of Trustees. And although they were minus one board member at that time, they've since, so we sent it back to them and asked them to do two things. Number one, appoint a fifth trustee, which I understand they have done. And secondly, that if they wanted to pursue this, then it should be pursued at the direction of the residents of the community through the petition process that's provided by NRS 318515. So they did so, and a vast majority or a large majority. I don't want to say it was a majority, but it exceeded the number that was required by NRS. And so I agree that we probably do need to at least schedule a public hearing to determine where they are financially and whether or not they have the viability of going forward. Until we do that and take a look at it ourselves, I don't know how we could take it on as the ex officio Board of Trustees. So if we were to do that, take that action, Ms. Davidson, do you have a projected timeline on what you would suggest we try to do that? Because I concur with you that trying to perform that action, we have 2 meetings left this year, except for our special meetings, of course. So we have one on the 7th, the December 2nd, I believe. No, December 7th, and then December 21st. And I don't want anybody to perceive that we're trying to move in a haste on this, especially in the holidays. So your thought process would be then to, and would that public hearing, if we chose to do that, take place here in chambers in a regular board meeting, or would it be a special board meeting? How would that play out?
Mr. Chairman, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. With respect, sir, that's really up to you. It's your discretion as the chairman. You have the ability to set a special meeting for this purpose with a specified location. I think we can take a look at the agendas that we have upcoming and get a good feel for the nature of the other types of business that we have to conduct on those days, I do recommend that we give this adequate consideration, which may require a specific amount of time to set aside for this. And I do think, out of respect for the Board of Trustees, I would suggest that they be provided an opportunity to give a presentation. And their presentation may have some time to it. So those are my preliminary thoughts. I don't know if Mr. Ritchie has anything additionally to share.
Okay, but if we took the action of doing the public hearing, we have to notify all registered voters, all landowners in both, all landowners and all registered voters within the Topaz Ranch Estates General Improvement District. Would it not be appropriate if we did that to give them a time specific on when we would do that public hearing? Okay, so we'll have to make that decision after. You want to do that today? Okay. Yeah, I mean, once again, if we do this,
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Sure.
And I apologize for interrupting your train of thought, sir. But I think it's actually very important for you to not set a date and time today. What is required in the noticing is that we set a specific date, time, and location, and that we include that in the noticing. It's not required for you to make that decision today. Here's another reason why I would ask that you not. And we can be in close communication with the district, so that we don't surprise them out of the blue as to when we're planning to schedule this. We'll make sure it works for them as well, the trustees. But it is my understanding, based on the information that I have received, that they are in the process, as are we, of closing out their audit information from the previous fiscal year. And I do think that information is going to be very relevant to this conversation. And I don't know what their timeline is for closing that out. And so I just would offer that. I'm uncomfortable with listing a specific date to date for that reason.
However, because this is such an important issue, I would think that that this board would probably want to consider having a special meeting versus encompassing it into a Board of Commissioners meeting with that, for the sole purpose of hearing that issue and then seeing where we want to go forward. Do I get concurrence do I feel concurrence out of the rest of the board on that?
So I agree. I said when this was before us previously that I didn't have any desire to jump in if we weren't wanted. And I think it's going to take us a while to figure out, are we wanted? So I think a special meeting is probably best.
And I mean, if we did this in entertaining, it's very important for us to understand the financial implications of this, not only for the Topaz Ranch Estates General Improvement Districts and the residents down there, but also the resources that are going to be required from the rest of the county in regards to should we decide that we want to do this or entertain that. There are financial implications, am I right, regarding what it would cost the rest of the county, and that needs to be taken into consideration as well. Okay, if there's any other questions, then we probably should then go to the public comments on this and hear from the residents that are here. I know that I recognize a lot of them. So we'll hear from them, and then we'll come back and we'll decide what action we wish to take. Okay. So at this time, public comment will be taken on item number 11.
Jackson, I have a question. You're wanting to inform Topaz Ranch Estates, all the voters, the property owners down there, of all of this, but you just mentioned that the financial impact's going to hit the whole county. Shouldn't the rest of the county be aware of this also, all the voters and all the property owners, so that we know what we're all of a sudden going to be on the hook for? Not saying that it's not necessary and shouldn't be done, but I'm just thinking that, shouldn't we all know what's going to happen? You just said there is a financial impact to the county on it. And shouldn't the rest of the voters be aware of what's going on through the same kind of notification that you're doing for the Topaz Ranch estates? Only makes sense.
Thank you
and
for
I
your
think
concern.
a special session would be mandatory for something like this because it's going to be long and involved, and don't get it mixed up with other stuff. So,
Good observation.
I think that's, if I may, that's,
We're in public comment, so
Right.
that's why I'm not responding yet, but I'll respond after.
It's Jason Gibson with the People's Coalition for a Better Board. This is a very keen observation, Mr. Jackson. This is typical. It's called maladministration. It's the same theme that goes along with their fast-track strategic plan. Everything's fast-track nowadays. Fast-track recruitment for law enforcement, fast-track jail-ec facility, fast-track the Red Hawk Lane purchase, which will result, according to Jim Slade, in a $100 million commitment. These issues belong in the norms and procedures that are supposed to be serving the board, which don't exist, which is why the county's still running the same ad for volunteers to come and work for the county for free, spending countless hours volunteering their time to churn over these details and rack their nervous system so that they can be properly informed before the board. You will not hear Chairman California acknowledge or reward the citizen volunteers who show up here like myself for the last 3 years, or like Jim Slade, or like Ellie Waller, who's not here today, because they don't appreciate the input from the public. They don't want it. In fact, they deter it, which is why they censor us constantly, which is why they shut down the Zoom. You don't have a norms and procedures. You're misleading and misguiding the people. This belongs in the audit committee or the debt committee or in some other, one of the 22 other committees helping you to make policies. But you got a bottleneck situation here, and you've known that. We've tried to be elegant and polite about it for 3 years, but you are leading us into economic slavery. You have no plan or time frame as to how all these things fit. And when it hits the fan, it'll be us picking up the bill. Douglas County, you need to be awake and aware that you're looking at the very real prospect of bankruptcy. Because what you don't know is that this county has exposed you to so much liability. And with all these obligations, without proper public input, you're looking at the very real prospect of going bankrupt. The first will be last, and the last will be first. And it'll be people like me laughing their way to the bank.
Do we have additional public comment here?
Ted Gaines, I thank Mr. Jackson for his comment there, and not agree with Jason all the time, but we need to be notified. The people that are going to foot the bill is the major tax people's thing, to notify on TRE, and I feel for them. They have a problem down there. It's a financial problem. It's a big problem. Hopefully it can get rectified, but the taxpayers are going to end up not getting their streets fixed here in Douglas County because we went down there. It need to be notified. It needs, I don't know how to do it. It's a big job, but we need to let the people know. If I didn't go on the computer and study things and look at things, I wouldn't know about half these things that are going on in this county. And a lot of people don't have that time. They don't have that desire because they know they're in trouble. But I think I would appreciate what Mr. Jackson said. We need to, and I think Mark has recognized that we need to also let the people know there's going to be a special meeting to debate this. Again, I feel for the people of TRE. I've drove through there and it's a mess. Thank you.
Additional public comment?
David Cola for the record. There's been a lot of, well, put it this way, I was responsible for collecting a lot of the signatures that were submitted to the county. Of all the people I talked to, I personally obtained 140 of the 380 signatures approximately. Of all the people I talked to, 90% of them were in favor of this action. There were a number of people that weren't registered. When we asked for signatures, we also registered 12 additional people that weren't registered so they could sign the document. That has to be taken into consideration also. There's been a lot of verbal accusations. Somebody told me, I've heard that one of the commission trustees was complaining, well, if we're in such dire straits, why did I approve 2 construction projects? Well, a meeting about 3 months ago, I said there were 4 or 5 life or death situations in TRE. 2 of those projects I approved awarding contracts for. People said, well, why'd you do that if we don't have money? I would rather the GID go bankrupt than be responsible for a life and death situation that took somebody's life. There's a reason for doing things like that. I don't want to be responsible for somebody's life. That's one of the reasons I signed that or voted for those projects. I just wanted to put that on the record, and thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity, and I look forward to a public hearing to go over everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Donna Tanner for the record. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Board, thank you. This kind of changes things a little bit because we're going to be looking at audits and what our financial situation looks like in the future and what's been going on recently. We recently hired a really, really good business manager, and she's starting to right the ship with a really good bookkeeper, and things are becoming clearer about reimbursements from USAID that didn't come in, and different things that were going on. We don't have to talk about that. But what I do want to say is that we don't want to be a burden to the county. We're fiercely independent people out there. We want to take care of ourselves, and we want to dig into this as well and find out if that's really something we can do. I think we can. I think that we have FEMA funds that are going to be coming through. Yes, we're going to need to look for matching funds. We've been looking at different ways of doing it. We even came here in April and talked to you a bit about ARPA funds and how that's kind of difficult to navigate. But we're still looking and we're still trying. I know, Ms. Hales, that you had said that you're worried about us, and I'm glad you are. But we need help. We don't need to be a burden to the county. And so if a hearing is what will bring forward what is happening there and get everything straightened out, that would be great, because the roads are bad. And we just could use a helping hand. We don't need resistance and, oh, we're going to take you over and give you the county, and people at the county are mad because their roads aren't fixed. We just want help. We want your expertise to guide us a little bit. And if that requires a hearing, that's great. If we can do it another way, that's also great. With all due respect, Chairman Gardner, You're our neighbor. Are you going to recuse yourself from this because of your living in TRE and the closeness to this whole thing? Or, I'm kind of putting that out there because I know that you are close to all this, and maybe recusing yourself because of the personal interest in the outcome might be a good thing to do. Thank you very much.
Additional public comment?
Michael Tanner for the record. I've got 2 pages of facts here, financials, on, and you guys can read all of that in the supplemental, I believe, starting on page 61. And they are factual. And, I've been a public servant for over 30 years. I was a transportation superintendent and also a fire captain over my years of public service. In all these years, I have never seen non-fact and rumors cause so many problems. And I apologize to all of you for this waste of time.
Additional public comment?
Sharon Becker, I'm a TRE resident, and I'm the newly appointed trustee. I know this agenda item has been brought to you because of a petition. I'm going to tell you the matter before you may have significant impact on the positive direction of the TRE GID's Board of Trustees, and should be, as well as the residents out there, and should be decided on the facts. The factual evidence, not the emotional responses. At this point in time, as of October 31st this year, the TRE has $1 million plus in cash and cash equivalents. That's a $37,000 increase since our end of our fiscal year. We have $380,000 in operating cash and $669,000 in our investments, which haven't been touched for 3 years. They were projected to have $700 worth of interest this year. They're going to have in excess of $32,000 of interest. Our budget also, our debt servicing has been done 100% of the time without failure. The taxation board did not see any problems with us. We are following their guidelines, and they approved our budget. The administration costs were looked at by Pool Pact and applauded because we have kept them under budget significantly, 22% under budget to be exact. The water operations, the enterprise, is in a favorable variance right now according to the budget. We have approximately $300,000 coming back in for reimbursement in the next few months in the water enterprise. The road fund is actually $330,000 per the ad valorem taxes as well as our consolidated taxes. It is the TRE's GID is operating within the approved budget accepted by the Nevada State Board of Taxation and and is complying with the management regulations of that state board. That's all I have to say. I want you to look at this factually, not emotionally, guys, because that's what the petition was. Thank you very much.
Additional public comment?
James McCallum for the record. I am Vice Chairman of the Gardenville Ranchos GID. Not speaking for the board, but that tells you I know a little something about GIDs. First, I have a question. The board taking over for the Ranchos Board, do they still have the same pool of funds, or the county funds become involved? And I'm just not sure on that. I have heard from both sides. A lot of people come to me because of my position, both on the board for TRE and citizens for TRE, and I've heard tremendous different swings of information. So I do not know what the facts are. But I'll tell you, the removal of a legally elected board is a very serious matter. I feel it is critical that this board be in possession of the facts, the dollars and cents, what's going on, because I don't think it's conscionable to do this without being sure, very sure of yourselves that you know exactly what the facts are. And I just urge you again to tread very carefully. If you're going to do this, make sure you do it based on the numbers and not on rumors and things that I've heard, which go all over the place. So good luck with that. And I know I am concerned for the people in TRE, and I want to see their problems resolved. And I don't know whether this board can do it or you have to take action, but I hope you just are in possession of the facts and do it very carefully. Thank you.
Okay, additional public comment? Since no additional public comment, I'm going to bring it back to the board. I do want to address a couple of questions that were posed to me during the public comment. First of all, I do want to congratulate Ms. Becker for becoming the fifth trustee down there. So, I know that wasn't an easy decision to become involved in that. So, anyways, I appreciate your comments today. As far as recusing myself, while we do represent specific districts within the county, we represent the county at large. And therefore, I do not plan at this time to, because it will have overall overreaching implications within the whole county, I do not plan at this time to recuse myself from our deliberations when that comes before us, should it come before us, if that's the direction of this board today. But I gotta say that it's very difficult for me to overlook the desires of 380 residents down there for us to at least take a look at it and determine what the future is going forward. So that it's not an easy decision, but certainly I can't overlook 380 people who have signed the petition, and that's just in several weeks that were and didn't really necessarily, in talking to several of the people who distributed that petition, didn't necessarily reach into the entire district. So, I think there's some concerns down there, and I think this board has a responsibility to take a look at it. So, anyways, other commissioners, you have anything to say, Ms. Hales, Mr. Tarkanian?
I wish notice to all residents were free, but it would be very expensive. And in fact, that's why we post the agenda, is the agenda gives notice to everyone. And my ideal world, every resident would pay attention to the agenda, right? So that's how I just wanted to make those few comments about that.
Commissioner, County Manager, Ms. Davidson, did you have something to share with us about that?
I did, Mr. Chairman. Members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. We will do our best to make sure that we reach as many residents as possible to participate in this public hearing discussion. We will make sure to issue a press release. We will do noticing in the newspaper in addition to direct mailers to the residents within the district, as well as use social media channels. So I do also just want to add, I'm sure from the resident standpoint that this can appear to be a very frustrating and messy process. And I want to let the residents know that I have not been ignoring this issue. However, the district is a separate legal entity with its own separate elected board. And it is not appropriate for county staff to insert themselves into the business of a district until I receive direction from my elected board on what is the most appropriate way to proceed. And we try to bring the best information available to the county commission so that this board can make good decisions when it is appropriate to do so. So please note, we have been watching what is happening. We have been listening, and we do care about this outcome. We just need some additional direction from you today to see if you agree it's appropriate for us to begin to take some steps to look at this.
Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Just to be clear, under the statute, once the board has received the petition, it shall hold a hearing to consider the petition, and the county clerk shall mail written notice to all persons who own property within the district and to all qualified electors of the district, which notice shall set forth the substance of the petition and the time and place of the hearing. Therefore, at a minimum today, the board needs to determine the time and place of the hearing where the petition will be considered so that the notice can be mailed by the county clerk to all those who need to receive notice. I will also state one other thing. There's been talk about taking over or financial impact. As this agenda item clearly states, there is no financial impact from this action. However, at the hearing, the board will determine what is appropriate. If the board decides to dissolve the district, then the county will be taking that over, and there will be a financial impact. If the board decides it's best that the district merge with some other district, then that other district will have a financial impact, but the county will not. The board can also decide not to do anything, in which case there'll be no financial impact to the county, but there may be an ongoing financial impact to the residents of TRE. And then finally, if the board chooses to become the ex officio board of trustees, as has been indicated earlier, the TRE GID will continue to exist. What will happen is the Board of County Commissioners will sit as the ex officio board. And again, there's no financial impact to the county through that action. Some of you may remember the Board of County Commissioners used to be the ex officio fire board for the East Fork Fire Protection District. They have their own books, they have their own tax increment, they're a separate entity, and that would continue if the board elects to become the ex officio board of trustees for the district. So again, the reason I say that is because the law requires that the board set a hearing for this petition. At that time, whatever the board decides, that will have implications for a financial impact. But what we're discussing today has no financial impact.
Anybody else? No? Okay. Commissioner Rice?
Just to reinforce what I stated earlier, I'm not in favor of gobbling up GIDs. I concur with our chairman that the best government is that closest to the people, and the GID is as close to the people as you're going to get without marriage. So I would suggest that when we look at this, we look at it with a very critical eye. What really needs to happen? What is really going on? I've heard so many complaints and cross complaints that I'm not sure. Living at the lake, I'm insulated from this a little bit, although we have our own problems, trust me, but in which we're going to address next. But I really think that we need to tread lightly and take a deep dive before we make any decisions whatsoever. Thank you.
Okay, so are we ready for a motion?
I was just going to say one other thing. The head scratcher here is what actually are the numbers we're looking at, and I'm hoping before the hearing we get some accurate and complete information so we'll know what is the real financial picture. I'm not sure how that's going to happen given that we are not. Yeah, so I don't know. They're talking about that.
Huh?
Should we
We
pause
seem to
for-
have a conference going on here
That's
for a
right.
second, so.
Maybe we need a 2-minute break, 2 or 3 minute break.
Want to hear what the
They're ta-
results of this conference are over here.
Right, they might need a minute to figure out how to support our decision here.
Maybe okay, so why don't we do one motion and then we can figure out do you want to propose this recommended motion here? Is that? Page 995.
Wait. No. $995.
You want to try that? You want to do?
Have a
No,
date
it doesn't.
and
It says
location.
give direction.
But I think I think in the motion we wouldn't propose necessarily a date or a time. That would be directed to staff to establish those parameters of date, time, and location. Would that be correct?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. The county manager and I were having that discussion. The statute doesn't say when you have that hearing, it just says you shall have that hearing. And so the question is who's going to set the date and time? And when will that be determined? Because somebody has to tell the court, the county clerk, you need to send the notice out and this is the date and the time. So you need to decide how that is going to work.
So we can direct the staff to do so. Okay, we're belaboring the point. I'm going to make a motion to direct staff to provide notice to all property owners and qualified electors within the district as required by NRS 318.515 to draft an ordinance appointing the Douglas County Board of Commissioners as the ex-official Board of Trustees of the district and schedule a public hearing to determine if the conditions required by that statute have been met based upon the petitions received from residents of the district. The prior request of the district, public comment, the discussion of the county commissioners. No second?
No, do you have a second?
Okay, question. There was
Well,
some,
can I have a second
I'll
first
second.
before okay, we have a second. Now we can have a question.
okay. There was earlier talk about us being ex officio, but that looks like we're taking over. Is that correct?
Well, as I see it, Mr. Noasad, is that we're directing staff to draft an ordinance, but that ordinance would still take, even after the public hearing, would still require a first reading and then a second reading, which would all take place after the public hearing. So we would not become, by this motion, we would not become the ex-official Board of Trustees of TRE. No, it says draft an ordinance appointing. Okay, we haven't drafted an ordinance such yet.
Yeah, they'll draft it, then we'll have a public hearing, decide if we want to
Right.
move forward.
Right. Am I interpreting that correct, Ms. Ritchie? So we're not becoming, by this action, we're not becoming the ex officio Board of Trustees. They will continue to operate until such time as, number one, we have a hearing, number two, we have a first, and if it's determined that we want to take that action, then we'd have to have a first reading, and then we would have to draft the ordinance. And then after the ordinance is approved, then it still takes how many days to effect? 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Doug Ritchie with the
that's not
District
my
Attorney's
point.
Office. It requires 2 weeks of publication, and just because of the timing, it's closer to 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
This motion.
I'm sorry, maybe I missed your
Motion that
point.
was just read by Commissioner Hales says, draft an ordinance appointing a Douglas County Board of Commissioners as an ex officio Board of Trustees. Is that what we want as a result of this meeting?
Okay, so it was my motion, it was just so we drafted so we could have a discussion on that at a hearing, which is the next language in there, and set a hearing. So then at that hearing that they're setting, we would discuss the ordinance, whether we wanted to adopt it or not.
All right, that's good, that's good.
It's trying to be proactive.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, right? Any further discussion on the motion? Okay,
I think we're gonna need accurate numbers, as accurate as we can get. And that will help everyone understand the situation better.
I would concur with Commissioner Hales that a provision, a part of getting the scheduling the next meeting is that we do get a good set of audit numbers.
okay. Does that need to be a part of the motion, Mr. Ritchie? Okay, okay. I think we're given direct staff direction. Okay, okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. So at least the board, Ms. Becker, you understand where our direction is going, right? Okay, so I didn't realize that Nevada revised statutes actually made us do that, shall do that. So, okay. So anyways, thank you for your attendance today, and I'm sure we'll be in touch on where we're going with this. Okay. Now another conundrum, right? Okay. Item number 12, for possible action, discussion to replace 3 trustees on the Elk Point Sanitation District Board of Trustees due to those trustees not qualifying to serve because they are not qualified electors in the district. Discussion may include a discussion of the qualifications, character, or competence of the Board of Trustees. Mr. Bradley Oneto, I believe that is, Oneto, Ann Harry, Chairman Martin Bibb, Timothy Gilbert, and Catherine Oyster. The board's discussion may also include taking corrective action pursuant to NRS 318515, the merger, consolidation, or dissolution of the district pursuant to NRS 318.490, or the removal of a district trustee for cause shown pursuant to NRS 318.080, subparagraph 6. And this is once again being presented by our county manager, Ms. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. I don't usually read directly verbatim from the packet to you, but I am going to because this is complicated and I want to make sure we have a correct fact trail for the record. So I would direct your attention to packet page 1002, and I'm reading from the background information. Okay, only 2 of the 5 trustees of the Elk Point Sanitation District live in Douglas County and are therefore qualified to be elected or appointed to the district's Board of Trustees. According to the records of the Douglas County Clerk, none of the current trustees of the district were elected and instead were appointed by the District Board of Trustees. Because none of the current trustees ran for an election, an oversight by the district's Board of Trustees allowed 3 of the trustees to be appointed when they did not or do not live in Douglas County and are not registered to a vote. These trustees are Martin Bibb, Timothy Gilbert, and Catherine Oyster. Another trustee, Bradley Oneto, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, was appointed to the Board of Trustees on November 14th, 2018, but did not register to vote in Douglas County until March 2020. The final member of the district's Board of Trustees, Ann Harry, has been registered to vote in Douglas County since 2019 and was appointed as a trustee on April 6th, 2021 by the other district trustees. Vacancies on the district's Board of Trustees must be filled by a qualified elector of the district. Because it appears the members of the district's Boards of Trustees have never run for election and a quorum of lawfully appointed trustees cannot form to select replacement trustees, the Douglas County Board of Commissioners are required to take corrective action now. That is the reason for this agenda item. I think it provides sufficient background information for you today. My suggestion to the Board of County Commissioners at this point is that if you agree it is appropriate, that you consider providing direction to me here today to reach out to the members of this particular district, those who are qualified electors, and I would do so with the assistance of the Clerk's Treasurer's Office, to solicit interest to fill the vacant positions for those individuals who are not currently eligible to serve as members of this board. I will advise you that each of the district board members have been notified of this meeting today and have been advised that their character and eligibility to serve on this board will be discussed, and they may have some comments for you as part of public comment. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would defer any remaining time to Mr. Ritchie for additional clarification.
Thank you so much. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. The county manager has succinctly described kind of the background. I do want to add that both the chairman and the members of the current Board of Trustees have been very helpful, willing to cooperate. They've been very transparent. From all evidence, it appears it was an oversight, but we are in this position where something needs to be done. I have received some possible names from the president of the Homeowners Association, not the GID, but the Homeowners Association. However, at this point, it's up to the board, and obviously there's going to be public comment on what is the best course going forward. But I did want to put on the record that the members of the board, Chairman Bibb, have been very cooperative and willing to help.
So it poses two questions for me, Mr. Ritchie. Is number one, if none of them were elected, and three of them can't serve legally, how is it that they appointed other members of the board to serve? How is that possible? How is that legal? And number two, since they've been constituted, I don't know how many years, certainly, well before 2018, I suppose. Since they're not qualified to serve, they're not qualified to make decisions. What about all the decisions that they've made in regards to the sanitation district up until this point, which I would seem to think would be illegal? Am I missing something here?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. As to your first question, if the members of the board were not elected and they were appointed by unqualified, in other words, individuals who do not reside within Douglas County, their ability to appoint other trustees under NRS they do not have that authority. It'd be ultra vires is the legal term. They do not have the legal authority to do that because they were neither elected nor validly appointed. As to the actions taken by the board, I'm not their legal counsel. However, I will note that there are fairly strict timelines for someone to challenge an action by a public body. And I'm not going to say what those are publicly, but there are, someone can't go back and undo everything they've done, which they've done in good faith over time. However, it does bring to light the importance of taking some action now so that future actions by the board are with legal authority. Hopefully that answers your questions.
Well, I don't know that I'm certainly interested in taking this board over either, but we need to find 5 legal trustees up there to, and I don't know what the, what's the term for it, but the number, I guess, what is the population up there that's available to even serve in that position? Does our clerk treasurer have any idea how many qualified electors we have in the Elks Point Sanitation District GID?
Amy Bergens, Douglas County Clerk Treasurer. There is a list on page 104 and 105 of all of the legally registered, active registered voters in that district. I don't have the total.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question about possibly, so the way I read, because when we had our 101, I hadn't read through this yet, and now I read through it, and it seems to me clearly 3 of them shouldn't be on the board. They don't live in the they don't even live in the community, so those 3 should be gone. The other 2, one of them seems like she would have been appointed legally if the board was legal, and the other one wasn't registered to vote, but he was living there, and he's registered to vote that now. Is there a way that we as a board can keep the 2 on that are basically legal if they were appointed legally, and then only have to pick 3 new ones?
Chairman, if I may. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Yes, this board has the authority to fill vacancies on a GID board if a replacement isn't made within 30 days by the GID board. In this case, they don't have a quorum that could actually lawfully do that. So this board could lawfully appoint the sitting trustees who otherwise qualify.
So we can appoint 2 and then leave it up to only having to find 3 new ones as opposed to a whole new board. And plus the other 2 have already been around a while and at least know a little bit about it.
That's correct. I would, if I may suggest though, I would at least get them to affirm on the record that they do live there. They reside within Douglas County, within the district, within the sanitation district, and that they're willing to serve.
Commissioner Rice, this is your neck of the woods.
Oh, boy, is it. I live just up the hill, yes. My question right now is, are either Bradley Oneto or Ann Harry, who's the chair? Okay. Are the 2 of you willing to serve, continue serving on the board? Yes. Okay, so it would seem to me that in line with the thinking of Commissioner Tarkanian, if we can affirm those 2 positions, and I understand that there are 3 others that are willing to serve, is that correct?
There will be this is actionable, so yes, there will be an open comment, open public comment. Yeah. What was the question?
Well, my question was, we have 2 members that are on the board who are qualified electors, it is my understanding. So it seems to me that in line with what Commissioner Tarkanian said, if we can affirm those 2 positions, and I understand that there are 3 other people who have volunteered to serve on the board who are qualified, it would seem to me that it would be an easy fix for us to go in that direction.
They're saying there's 6.
6?
Okay, Ms. Davidson, you had a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. For the record, I think it's important to note that at this point would likely, and I think legal counsel will most likely concur with me, it is inappropriate to discuss the character, competency, or qualifications of any one individual from the 6th. I commend them for their interest in serving. But at this point, it would be inappropriate to discuss any one individual without publicly noticing them. We have a statutory requirement. And so I'm happy to connect with those individuals and make sure that we do make contact with them so that we could solicit interest from them and bring them back for for future consideration.
A point of clarification, then, is that so we can't appoint any today, or can we appoint the 2 that are already on the board?
The 5 that currently serve have all been properly noticed. So you can discuss the 2 that are qualified today, and you could make an appointment today from those 2, and they were listed in the agenda. So I do think it's appropriate for you to discuss and consider their appointment. The others who have not been identified as of yet, it would be inappropriate to talk about them.
Not only with that, but I would point out that even if we take that action, and I'm not opposed to taking that action, but that's still a 2-member board, and it requires a minimum of 3 to appoint other members. The other problem that we have existing here is that they have been consistently self-appointing for quite some time without properly enfranchising the rest of the voters in that district. And so while we may, I don't even know if we know, we have an election process coming up here in March where people would be filing for office. And this is another one of those GIDs that has been self-appointing. And we need to correct that process in the county, in my opinion. So if we appoint those 2, are they going to stand for election? How do we go about that? So I concur that we need to notify all of the residents in that, have all of them come forward. We can then appoint 3 additional ones if we want to appoint the 2 today. But then those 3, somehow we need to determine which ones are going to stand for election in the next upcoming election and which will get longer terms than that. And maybe we have to elect all 5 and then have them draw straws as to who serves for 2 years of the remaining term and who serves for a 4-year term. That might be the more appropriate thing to do. So I'm seeing our clerk treasurer shake her head kind of yes. So
I was going to help you, but you got there. So yes. So the way that it works with these boards, which you are correct, we have way too many boards in Douglas County that continue to just reappoint themselves. And this is what happens when that is the circumstance. They're not vetted through my office because they are not filing for candidacy. So we assume that they have done their due diligence by selecting people that are qualified electors, but our office doesn't check that. They just send in, this is who's appointed, we put them on our sheet and notify the Secretary of State. These people are not qualified electors, but have been doing everything correctly. They were just not aware. They've been filing the paperwork with the Secretary of State's office. They have been doing what they're supposed to. They just were not qualified electors of Douglas County. So we need to really clean up that process, and that is the passion that from my office that we are working diligently on. But as far as appointing, when these boards continue to appoint over and over and over, they're appointing for 2 years. They are appointing until the next election cycle, and then it's up for election, but if no one files, then they appoint again. So it's a 2-year appointment instead of the citizens of these districts having a voice and having the ability to elect someone for a 4-year term. So yes, you are correct that if you appoint 5, it will be until the filing period in March. We would hope that all 5 would want to put their name in to continue to serve, and then after their election, when all 5 of them, it'll be 3 of them for a 4-year term, 2 of them for a 2-year term, or something similar to that, and then they would decide amongst themselves which ones are which and let my office know.
thank you. Commissioner Hales?
Yeah, I think it's fine for us to move on the 2 today who are appropriately there. I think we need to look at applications and go through that process.
But you would agree with me that they're only appointed until the next election process?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
And then I think maybe we need to ask for a presentation on how do we go about cleaning this up. Maybe you have a plan. Maybe we need to have a presentation on it so that we all understand, everyone in the county, what's going to happen so we don't do this again.
Yep. Okay. Okay, so are we ready to go to public comment then? And then we can come back and make a motion, right? Okay, so let's go to public comment on this. Is there anybody that wishes to make public comment on item number 12 regarding the Elk Point Sanitation District? Before we go to public comment, if you don't mind, I want one additional comment. By no means am I disparaging by this the activities of Mr. Bradley, is it? Bradley Oneto and Ann Harry. I don't want you to misconstrue that you know, we're finding what you did was inappropriate. We appreciate you doing this, okay? Perhaps you didn't understand the rules, and maybe now we can get the rules straightened out and we can go forward, okay? So,
Can I just also interrupt that our legal counsel has asked that the two affirm on the record today that they are qualified, as in they live there and they are registered voters and willing to serve. But we heard that already.
okay, so now we'll go to public comment. Sorry to
All right.
interrupt.
My name is Doreen Andriaki. I live full-time in Douglas County. My primary residence is at Elk Point, and I'm currently serving on the Board of Directors as the secretary. So I appreciate you keeping Ann and Brad on the Elk Point Sanitation District. They have a full comprehension of the problems that we are facing, and they are monumental, where we need to replace the pumping system as soon as possible. Brad Oneto is uniquely qualified to serve on this board. He has a lifetime of experience with mechanical systems, especially this type of pumping system. And having him to be appointed as chairperson of this board would help us to achieve our goals. I'm urging you not to merge us with another GID. We have a tremendous amount of experience trying to do that in the past, and that is how we ended up as a subsidiary of the Douglas County Sanitation District. Because we're so small, it's just too difficult for us to be merged. I am offering myself to volunteer to serve on this, the Elk Point Sanitation District. I'm very familiar with the governing documents at Elk Point, as well as our historic documents. I've currently read the last 50 years of minutes, and I could tell you that the Elk Point Sanitation District was formed in 1969. I have other people who would like to serve on this board as well. They are qualified. I have a master's degree in mechanical engineering. I live there full-time, and I'm fully aware of the problems that exist at Elk Point. If the board has not taken a vote on any list of candidates, I'm speaking for myself, but I do have a list of very qualified candidates, including an attorney who has set up GIDs in Douglas County. So she is very familiar with NRS as well as the problems that exist at Elk Point. Thank you very much for your time, and if you would like to appoint me today, I would be happy to speak to you about my qualifications to serve. Thank you.
I just think it should be known that
we're in public comment right now.
But don't you want to let them know we're not going to appoint the new ones? Because
Well, we'll address that when we come back.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is William Zeller. I'm also a member of the board for the Elk Point Country Club. As with many boards, there's differing opinions on these things. I have been familiar with this issue for about 2 months. It first came to light at the board. I'm glad that the district attorney has had candid conversations with the district trustees. We really haven't had any communication with them, although we've asked. At this point, and I would invite Vice Chairman Rice to comment, because he's on the board of the authority, the Douglas County Authority. If I get anything wrong, I apologize. I'm still learning about sewer districts. But first, basically, my understanding is that the authority made the district aware that they were not going to renew a 40-year-old contract to maintain our system several months ago. That was never communicated to the board, to my knowledge. Further, the sanitary district informed us that we really needed to replace our sanitary equipment to the tune of $230,000, which we just found out about too, and it's not a really good time for that sort of thing. We were contacted. I'm not sure if it was Amy or the district attorney, but some of our board members were contacted for prospective names, which we provided. I know there's at least 4 names that have been provided. If Doreen has more names, that would be welcome. But and to have some sort of a process where the candidates are vetted and we can get this underway, the sooner the better, and we fully support that. My concern here is, and Chairman Rice can comment on this too, is that we are under a very heavy timeline that the authority has provided to get, basically get things straightened out, to get the equipment, basically get the project moving and get the equipment installed, get contractors on board to do the maintenance on the system, because the authority is not doing it anymore. And I would just ask your indulgence and make this happen as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Additional public comment?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Gardner and board. My name is Martin Bibb. I am, for the perhaps next few moments, still a member of the Elk Point Sanitation District Board. I would like to provide a bit of background if I could. I'll try to be brief. But a fellow board member had contacted me on October 6th and indicated that she had just been advised that the Elk Point Sanitation District Board was incorrectly comprised from a conversation that she had with Douglas County Clerk Treasurer, Amy Bergens, and I trust I pronounced that correctly. Thank you. Immediately that same day, I reached out to Ms. Bergens, and she confirmed what had been told to me, that Elk Point Sanitation District Board had incorrectly followed the procedures, and I assured her that I would work with her and the county staff as well as the board to remedy that error, to bring us into compliance. My parents built a home at Elk Point began in 1939 and completed after the war, and we've lived there on site as our primary resident, although I was not of age to be an elector in the day. But we have been there, and it's always been an important issue. To the particulars, when I got onto the Sanitation District Board, somebody asked me if I would serve, and having served as the president of the country club 20 years or so earlier, I said, well, sure, I'll sign up again, I guess, and I did. But I know now I'm ineligible to serve, and we will absolutely cooperate to effect this as quickly and correctly as possible. One of the issues is that the Elk Point Country Club has and operates its own water system. Am I permitted to continue, Mr. Chair? Oh, Well, thank you then. I need to be more brief. There are several Elk Point members who would make excellent trustees, and from what I have heard today from the, I believe, members of the board as well as staff, and particularly also the county manager, we believe the aperture should be opened and considering all people, and have every single confidence that the two members who could be appointed today are absolutely qualified, and they have been stellar workers on this. And I'd be happy to serve as a resource at any point if I could. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Okay, then we'll bring it back to the board. So as I understand it, oh. You do realize you're taking a risk here by talking yourself out of the position. Just a thought.
Well, I was initially going to go over my qualifications in rotating and static electromechanical equipment, but I kind of want to tell you the story, how this transpired a little bit.
Can we bother you for your name, please? For the record?
Bradley Onetto, currently a member of EPSD. When Douglas County Sewer decided not to renew the contract, they transferred the baton to the EPSD. And that's when I became familiar with 318, and I read it from front to back, and I realized that there were some errors in the way we were proceeding. And then, Amy brought that to our attention as well. And we were informed that we could not do anything at that time because we didn't have a properly elected quorum, and we weren't elected by a quorum. So we basically stood down, and we had a considerable amount of interference from the Elks Point Board. They went down and took documents from the Douglas County Sewer that we were supposed to receive on the upgrades of the system. And what they were talking about is we have a pneumatic pumping system that has to be replaced. But the EPSD didn't find out about this until the Douglas County Sewer brought it to our attention. And it has to be replaced within approximately about a year. And it was about $250,000. And so we were diligently going to start working on funding, because before we didn't have to do the funding, Douglas County Sewer District took care of it. So we had all these projects we were working on, but then they all came to a halt because we were improperly operating. But I'm now familiar with NRS 116, 318, the OML, open meeting law, so on and so forth. I brought myself up to speed. And we have a huge task in front of us. And I want to point out that the board currently has left the community without a backup generator for 1.5 years. Our fire pumps would not function in the case of an emergency, and so on and so forth. We've had water tank run out of water, and so on. And I don't expect that the sewer district or the EPSD will operate with very strict standards. We've already developed goals that we need to achieve, but like I say, before we weren't doing this, we were basically working with Douglas County Sewer. And now this baton's been transferred, and we have a huge amount of work that needs to be done. And we have 3 people that we would like to recommend to bring on board that we feel would facilitate achieving our goals in the next year. So, but anyway, so that's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, so let's bring it back to the board. I think the instigation, or if I'm reading my commissioners right, I think we want to, within our legal authority, appoint 2 members, but we also need to do this post haste also, right? Get the other 3, reconstitute the board in a legal manner as fast as possible so they can get back into operation as fast as possible. So I would hope that if we have a motion, we would indicate that perhaps we should try to review that. How soon if we had a motion, how soon could we notice the qualified electors and open that selection process and come back to this board for selection, Mr. Davidson? Could we do that by December 21st, or would that be too aggressive?
Yes, we could accomplish that by the 21st, I believe, sir. And I understand this is time sensitive and this board needs to be reconstituted as soon as possible. I'm trying to think if there's any reason why we couldn't do it on the 21st. Off the top of my head, I do believe we can accomplish this. So I will begin working on this immediately.
Chairman
Okay.
Gordon, I just want to make sure I'm clear on what you wanted and what Ms. Bergens was stating about them coming up for reelection. So when we appoint these, we're going to vote to appoint these two, and if we do, we say it's only until the next election. Is that correct? And then the other three that we appointed, we're going to say it's only until the next election for them. So we're going to have all five up at the same time. Okay. Then I mean, if you guys are ready, I'll make a motion. You have something to say?
I just need to ask Bradley Oneto and Ann Harry, do you live in the district?
Yes, I live in Oaks Point, yes.
And are you registered to vote?
Yes.
And you're willing to serve?
Yes.
Okay.
I will also just add that both of them are listed on page 1004 in your packet of the registered voters, and that is a recent list as of last Sunday. I think I sent it to Doug, so yes.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion.
And these are these are nonpartisan positions, so anybody is eligible to, regardless of party affiliation, is eligible to run.
Correct.
Right.
This is the nonpartisan GID board.
Right, okay, very good. Go ahead, Commissioner
Okay, so I'm
Tarkanian.
going to make a motion to appoint Bradley Oneto and Ann Harry? Ann Harry to the Elk Point Sanitation District Board of Trustees for a term until the next election, and direct staff to notice a hearing to appoint 3 additional board members as soon as possible, and if possible, by the December 21st meeting.
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Rice, to appoint Bradley Oneto and Ann Harry to the Elk Point Sanitation District Board of Trustees until the next election, and also notify the other qualified electors within the Elk Point Sanitation District of to apply for the 3 additional positions that will be hopefully selected on December 21st. Right? Okay. All those in favor, any questions, comments? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. There you go. At least you got 2/5. We'll try to get the rest of them to you
I would
as soon as
request
possible.
that the 2 that we just appointed, would you hang on after this meeting? I would like to talk with you. Thank you.
Okay. We've done a fairly good job of moving through the meeting today, and I appreciate the indulgence of my fellow commissioners and staff of not taking a lunch break today. So we'll go into item 13 for presentation only, announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or meetings, functions they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future board item. Who wants to start? Who wants to start? How about you, Mr. Noasad?
I can start.
Oh, you pass. Okay. Well, that's
Law library board convened yesterday on Zoom. We finished in 5 minutes.
okay. Okay. Commissioner Hales?
Sure. He said the law library convened yesterday, and he met with them on Zoom. So I will say that I think I just asked for a presentation on how we're going to prevent this from, or what the plan is so that we have elections being held on those GIDs. I think I already asked for that, but I should ask for it here because this is the place where you asked for it. So does that seem good?
I was actually going to speak to the county manager afterwards and after this meeting and see if potentially I could do it on December 21st, because judicial candidate filing starts in January, and and non-judicial is in March. So I could do a presentation on candidate filing, how to go about doing it, what the qualifications are, and what offices are coming up. But we can discuss a date after.
Yeah, let's look at our agenda for December 21st before we before we make that commitment. Okay?
My specific request is, how are we going to prevent this situation from happening again? So how do we get people to actually file candidacy rather than wait and get appointed?
I think I just have to be meaner.
I heard you're very good at that.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have
Strike
made
that
it-
from the record, please.
I have made it. I have made it very. It's very important to me when I took office and saw how big of a mess our files are, trying to keep track of who's appointed at what time. They appoint mid-year, that kind of thing.
We're going off topic here.
Yes, I will bring that before you.
We're
at a
getting
future
off
date.
topic here.
Okay.
Okay?
So I will
This
report
is
out
commission reports.
and a future agenda items.
Okay.
I have had a significant number of constituent emails, phone calls, and in-person conversations this past month. I very much enjoyed the strategic plan drafting day. It was the best meeting I've ever had as a commissioner. It was great. I'm looking forward to getting that rolled out. I attended the China Springs Executive Committee meeting and have done some work with China Spring. I attended the flood awareness education afternoon and the high water mark sign unveiling, which have been referenced earlier today. I attended a meeting of Northern Nevada Development Agency in which a representative of Reno Tahoe Airport informed us that there is a survey for businesses to take regarding their need for airport air travel, and they will compile the information and use it to persuade airlines to increase nonstop routes. And I have shared that with the Chamber of Commerce and the Business Council. I'll also share it with the Tahoe Chamber. I went to the Chamber/Business Council Award Night, and that was a wonderful evening, and congratulations to Keith Lewis for receiving the Citizen of the Year Bill Henderson Award. Tomorrow morning, I'll attend the microtransit meeting of South Shore Transportation Management Association. And Saturday night, I wanted to mention this, Family Support Council is having a fundraiser because the domestic violence shelter has become dangerously low on funds. And so that fundraiser will be a masquerade ball, and I'm looking forward to that, and just wanted to call that out so the community would know that I would have an opportunity to support Family Support Council. Thank you.
Are you next?
Unfortunately, the last couple of weeks, I haven't attended a whole lot of anything other than having needles stuck in my arm and at least a decent menu at Barton. I would not. I'm not gonna rag on renown. Never mind. Anyway, I intend to be a mouse on the wall in your meeting tomorrow, and I've been involved in that organization for a couple of weeks now. And I was glad to see you on the board, because that makes two of us that have an idea what's going on at the lake when it comes to transportation. And I wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving.
And I'll keep my comments short. I've attended all of my assignments. Trust me, they've lasted much longer than 5 minutes. But very worthwhile participation. So I've appreciated all of that, and I was very, very impressed by the amount of residents, local residents, that attended the stormwater seminar on Tuesday at the community center. So I was concerned about whether or not we had a good notification to the residents, and yet it was very well participated in. So that was good to see. So with that, I have nothing more to share, and so we'll go into closing public comment. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken.
I'd like to just interrupt. If you need to go, because you're driving 5 hours.
I'm waiting for my wife to arrive because she's my ride or I'm their driver.
Don't hold up because of me. Okay, take off if you want.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Mr. Jackson.
Ready for me? Jim Jackson. I started the meeting out with my comments on Painted Rock Mine, and I'm going to end them up with that same comment. There was a phrase that was used in one of the movies from Star Trek that Mr. Spock used before he gave his life to save the ship. He said, "The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one." Well, Painted Rock Mine is going to be to the benefit of one individual, the owner of Knox Excavating. It's going to be to the detriment of hundreds of people that live along the Johnson Lane area, the Fremont area, that whole area up there. With them thinking of paving that road, it's probably going to cost the lives of some kids out there too, as those trucks barrel on through there to get to wherever they're going. They won't stay just on Johnson Lane. They're all moving on all the streets up there right now. I had a triple almost cut me off the road on Fremont the other day. I don't know who the owner was because the truck wasn't marked, but it was a triple. And that's going down Fremont. They also are going down Buckeye. They're going down Johnson Lane. They're going down Stephanie. They're going, I don't know where they're all coming from or what they're taking to where, but it's not the Cinderlight trucks that are delivering stuff to the homeowners up there. These are other contractors that are doing stuff. Anyway, I hope you are taking it seriously that something needs to be done by the county. The BLM and the BIA, they could care less about us. They really don't care. We hope that you do and find some way to slow them down, stop them, make them take a different route or whatever can be done. If that doesn't happen, the citizens up there are going to take legal action against whoever we need to take legal action against to do whatever we possibly can. We don't know. We're hoping that you guys have the muscle to do it and to not let the BLM just overrun us and everything. The other thing is people are very concerned about property values. If the property values drop, are we going to get our taxes reduced? And if so, how? Right now, they're all betting, no, we won't. But we're hoping that you guys help us out and stand up for us in the county, the ones that elected you to do the job that we're hoping you're going to do. I don't know what else to say about that. But it's coming to a head because we just got the latest 50-page installment on what they did with all their studies. There's going to be more coming. We don't know when, how, or all that. We've heard March is one of the times that we might have a meeting on it, but we don't know. But we think it's a foregone conclusion that they're just going to manipulate all of the numbers to come up with what they want. So please help us.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chair Gardner. It's nice to see you all again. It's been about a month or so. Cynthia Mohuden for the record. I'm a resident of the Tahoe Township, and I'm here to speak on item number 5, since there was not public comment during that time earlier today. Talk to anyone that lives up in Tahoe and ask them, what does the TRPA stand for? They jokingly respond, Tahoe Rich People's Association. Why do they say that? That's not the actual acronym. You all know that. They say that because they feel the TRPA is biased against projects that serve the wealthy, one of them being the project down at Wells Fargo building by the site down by in State Line, and another one being the project up at Incline. Why do I say this? Because this ordinance modification to the VHR ordinance that you're proposing feeds exactly into that narrative. And it absolutely reduces what little credibility you all have on the VHR issue. To arbitrarily decide what is and is not a tourist destination is completely inappropriate. Those of you that went to law school remember the joys of words like arbitrary, rational basis. Some of you know what those words mean. This proposed modification of the ordinance is not rational. It is completely arbitrary. And so I am going to urge you all to vote no on that for those reasons. It is not appropriate to divide the Tahoe Township up into piecemeal. I also am going to take this opportunity to say I don't think it's appropriate to divide the county up. I think one person's tourist destination is not another. Glenbrook is beautiful. Oh my goodness, the president just vacationed there this past summer. Why did he go there? Because it's gorgeous, that's why. It's on a beautiful lake, there's boating, there's swimming. You're in Glenbrook, your proximity to Nevada State Parks is phenomenal. You've got Spooner right up the hill, and then you've got Sand Harbor a little ways up the way. Drive through that stretch of Highway 50 and 28, any summer between 7 and 9 a.m., you know that is a tourist destination all summer long. You can hardly drive there. So to say if you're far away from the casino corridor or a ski hill, you're not a tourist destination is frankly, I think, highly misguided. And I was out of town during your last discussion when you had a meeting up at the lake, so I apologize I could not attend, but I do want to say what I think is conspicuously absent from the discussion around the VHR issue is workers. You talk about the tourist industry, but where are those people supposed to live? And I think that is why the initiative that takes VHRs out of residential neighborhoods and puts them in commercial zones is fair and rational, and the cost of housing is a real issue up there. So I'd please ask that you consider where workers live, because if you start messing with the VHR initiative, pushing more people to where people can afford to live, like my neighborhood, Tahoe Village, you're not going to have a tourist industry if you don't have people to work in those businesses. Thank you for your indulgence this afternoon. Have a lovely day.
Additional public comment?
Jason Gibson with the House of Gibson, also known as Angela Swift, Man of Earth, initiated into the Order Templari Orientis, Portland, Oregon, 2010. Also known as Chan Votan, initiated by Stephen Lawler into the Native American Church, year 2006. Also known as Peta, with the Tioshpa Vableza, initiated by Good Horse Nation and Sweet Medicine Nation, 1993 to 1999. You'll find us at fourwindsfoundation.com, fwfoundation.com. I bring these things up because, unbeknownst to Douglas County, November, which in Latin means 9, representing 11 in their Gregorian fiction of things, is the Indigenous Month. It's the Native American Indigenous Month. It could be referred to as the First Nations Month. My Google search says that every year since 1990, the president has proclaimed November and designated National Native American Heritage Month, which is also called the self-existing moon, because this is generally the end of the traditional harvest season and the time of Thanksgiving and celebration for Native Americans. Of course, within the Native American community, it's a month of mourning, actually, because it commemorates the arrival of settlers in North America, and it represents centuries of oppression and genocide that followed, along with unbridled commercialism. In the consent calendar, it was Rick Phillips, the president of FHN Financial, who manages Douglas County's investments, that recommended that the board slow growth. They did the exact opposite in consent calendar number 6 when they committed us unbeknowingly to another $100 million obligation. Those details were brought by Jim Slade, not by the board. Jim Slade being a needle in a haystack. You would think that the audit council or some facet of our norms and procedures would be filtering this data, making recommendations, and be properly informing the public about the ramification of this belligerence, but that's not so. Same thing with the JLEC facility, same thing with their VHR industry, same thing with their transportation industry. And by the way, we did a search with Dun & Bradstreet about the JLEC facility. They're on average late in their bills by 10 days, less than a stellar performance when it comes to their credit. Now, this is the most, well, this institution gets more of our budget than any other institution. Why would they be late on their bills?
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. You've exceeded your 3 minutes. Is there additional public comment? Ms. Bergens?
Amy Bergens, Douglas County Clerk Treasurer. I just wanted to say to the public really quick that at the beginning of this week, we did mail out an informational flyer from the elections office. If you are a active registered Douglas County voter, you should have received it. If you have not received it, please call our office. It means that we potentially have your address wrong, or there is something on your voter registration that potentially it did not make it to you. We want to clear all of that up before we send mail ballots in February. So the phone number is 775-783-6095. The informational flyer had a lot of information in it that covers all 3 of the elections next year. But like always, our office is open. We've received a ton of phone calls this week, and we appreciate it. We appreciate that the community wants to be involved. We also still need election workers. So if you are interested in becoming an election worker, I see some of my election workers in the audience. We have a good time. Please think about putting in an application through Human Resources for Douglas County to be an election worker. It is a paid position. It's $12 an hour, and I promise not to work you to death, but I promise we will have fun in the next 3 election cycles next year. So anyway, that's my little plug. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Sensing no additional public comment and no additional business, the meeting is hereby adjourned.